Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Dr. Amy Brown, who is out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Christine Kangaloo. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to Mr. Ndali Young. Whereas Senator the Honorable Dr. Amy Brown is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndali Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 28th of March 2023 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of the said Senator the Honorable Dr. Amy Brown, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the Office of the President, St. Anne's, this 20th day of March 2023. Honorable Senators, the Senator is required to take the oath.
I, Ndali Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Honourable Senators, in accordance with Standing Order 98-2, Mr. Nigel De Freitas was appointed to serve on the Joint Select Committee on Government Assurances in lieu of Ms. Christine Kangaloo with effect from January 18, 2023.
Papers.
Minister of Works and Transport, Acting Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honour to lay on the table the following paper listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Works and Transport. The Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Extension of Period for Payment of 50% of Fixed Penalty Order 2023. Thank you.
Mr. President, I have the honour to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in my name. The 12th Annual Report of the Police Complaints Authority for the financial year October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022, and the Annual Report of the Anti-Terrorism Unit for the period 2021 to 2022. Thank you.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The Land Acquisition Requisition Orders number 1 to 32, 2023. Thank you.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honour to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the names of the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Public Utilities, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Planning and Development, and Minister of Sport and Community Development. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021. The Defence, Pensions, Terminal and Other Grants Amendment Regulations 2023. The Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation Vesting Order Amendment to the First Schedule 2023. The Securities Collective Investment Schemes Bylaws 2023. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2019. I beg your pardon. The report on the management of the Seized Assets Fund for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Agricultural Development Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2018. The report of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago with respect to the progress of the proposals to restructure CLICO, BAT and CIB for the quarter ended December 31st, 2022. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Finance to the 6th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the audited accounts of the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial years 2014 and 2020. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Finance to the 6th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited accounts, balance sheets, and other financial statements of the East Port of Spain Development Company Limited for the financial years 2012 and 2013. The ministerial responses of the Ministry of Public Utilities, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Planning and Development to the 4th report of the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure on an inquiry into the impact of landfills on the environment of Trinidad and Tobago. The 2nd ministerial response of the Ministry of Planning and Development to the 7th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the examination into the implementation of the Public Sector Investment Programme for the financial year 2021. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the National Agricultural Marketing and Development Corporation for the years ended September 30th, 2020 and 2021. The annual administrative report of the Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts for the period 2019 to 2020. Thank you.
Reports from committees.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following reports as listed on the order paper in my name. The 9th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into the implementation of the 2021 budget with emphasis on the green economy. The 10th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into findings of the report of the committee appointed to investigate the factors contributing to clinical outcomes of COVID-19 patients in Trinidad and Tobago. The 11th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into the island-wide power outage and blackout that occurred on February 16, 2022.
Senator Richards.
President, good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following report as listed on the order paper in my name. The 5th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament on an inquiry into the state's capacity to provide support for victims of domestic violence and family conflicts, with specific focus on the availability of support mechanisms during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Senator Thompson-Aye.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following report as listed on the order paper in my name. The 5th report of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament on an inquiry into the implementation of a regulatory framework for the development of financial technology, fintech, and e-payments.
Senator Mitchell.
President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following report as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The interim report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider the report on the Shipping Bill 2020, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to lay on the table the following report as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The interim report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament. Thank you.
Urgent questions?
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Honorable Minister of Labour. In light of DGCEL's decision to retrench approximately 126 workers, can the Minister indicate whether the company's decision to retrench these workers was done in accordance with the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Act?
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you. The Ministry of Labour seeks at all times to establish and preserve a peaceful industrial relations climate. By letter dated March 27, 2023, the Chief Executive Officer of DigiCell informed the Minister of Labour of the company's decision to retrench 125 employees as they have become surplus to its requirements. Accordingly, DigiCell Trinidad and Tobago Limited, in accordance with Section 4(1) of the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Act number 32 of 1985, gave notice that effective 10th May 2023, it intends to retrench 125 employees. In so doing, Digital Trinidad and Tobago Limited gave 45 days notice of retrenchment, which commenced on 27th March 2023, and each of the affected employees shall receive severance packages together with all terminal benefits due to them.
Senator Ma?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask the Honorable Minister, through you, whether the government intends to intervene in this particular matter, having regard to the high levels of unemployment in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, to help save those jobs of those 125 workers, according to the Minister?
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you. I would answer part of your question with regard to how we may help. And what I'm saying is, these employees, and I would imagine them to be very young people who by now would have garnered some experience working in the operations at Digicel, involved largely in the call center operations. As you know, the InvestTT, the National Investment Agency of Trinidad and Tobago, has been working on expanding this particular industry, the BPO, business process outsourcing industry, and we have made several strides. Already, I am aware that Digicel has made efforts to have these particular persons introduced to the other BPO agents or businesses that already exist in Trinidad and Tobago and which are in expansion mode, so that these young persons can have the opportunity, but they will have to go through the necessary hiring process. In any event, this also provides an opportunity, and it's an opening for the new BPOs that will come on stream shortly. I can tell you that there are several of them coming on stream that have been negotiated through InvestTT, and especially with the expansion of a special economic zones regime, then we will be opening the door to even for more BPO industries coming into Trinidad and Tobago. So we only would wish these 125 young employees well, and that we remain available, apart from the fact that Digicel would have exposed them to the other agencies to which they may, businesses to which they may apply. At InvestTT, we can also provide that information to these very young persons. Thank you.
President, may I ask the Honorable Minister, apart from submitting a letter to the Minister of Labor, alerting him to the retrenchment of these workers in accordance with the Act, can the Minister indicate whether Digicel, in the absence of a recognized majority union at Digicel, I know the CWU does some work outside on behalf of the workers, but there's no recognized majority union. So I'm asking, Mr. President, whether in the absence of a recognized majority union, and knowing that Digicel was about to outsource the call center to Jamaica, did Digicel take the opportunity to have discussions either with the Minister of Trade and Industry as well as the Minister of Labor, or both, with a view to trying to ameliorate some of the challenges?
Senator Mark, that's a long question. So
well,
could you shorten it and
can
ask
I
the
capture
question?
it? Yeah. Can I ask succinctly whether the minister can explain to us, in light of what has happened, whether Digicel had any discussions prior to the issuance of retrenchment notices with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Labor, with a view to ameliorating or mitigating the impact of this decision?
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you. What I can say to you that Digicel has acted within the ambit of the law, and the Minister of Labour has confirmed that. They have done what was required in terms of giving notice to the Minister of Labour. They did not seek to have a discussion with the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and they are under no obligation to do so. But what I can tell you is that, and all companies at some time or another would do its internal recalibrations and so on, and this is a decision taken by the company. There is nothing that you can do to change that, but what you can do, and what I have said to you, is that Digicel on their own have introduced these persons to the other BPO sector organizations within Trinidad and Tobago, and that I also said to you that the InvestTT would make itself available to communicate and to or be open to any communication about the other possibilities for opportunities within the BPO industry.
Senator Mark, next
Yeah.
question.
To the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities. In light of the reduction in water production at the Desalcott plant due to algae buildup, which is negatively impacting some 240,000 consumers in South and Central, can the Minister indicate what measures are being taken to address this situation?
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President. One of the main sources of the supply of pipe-borne water to areas in South and Central Trinidad is the Desalination Company of Trinidad and Tobago in Point Lisas. Desalcott is contractually obligated to supply the Water and Sewerage Authority, with 40 million imperial gallons of desalinated water daily, of which 20 million imperial gallons is made available to the companies at the Point Lisas Industrial Estate, and the other 20 million gallons are distributed to regions in Central and South Trinidad. And it is to be noted that the supply of water from Desalcott accounts for approximately 19% of WASA's total water production. So that, Mr. President, it should be pointed out that Desalcott is a private limited company, and WASA has absolutely no control over its operations and its level of production. And there can be no gainsaying that any issue which negatively impacts the operations of the desalination plant would have a knock-on effect on WASA in terms of its ability to provide a reliable supply of pipe-borne water to areas in Central and South Trinidad which are provided with water from the desalination plant, and would result in the normal schedules not being met. And in this regard, over the last few days, the supply of water from Desalcott was affected by an unusually high buildup of algae in the plant's pipes. Algae are small plants, seaweed, that grow in or near water. WASA has advised that the algae bloom has been reduced, and as of today, the production of Desalcott has been restored to 40 million imperial gallons of water. So it's back to its normal complement. WASA has further advised that during the period...
Minister, the time for urgent questions has expired. Thank you.
I indulge you.
Yes.
I would just like to ask you to guide us as a parliament, and this is the second time I'm making this appeal to you, when questions of an urgent nature is being addressed here, unless an excuse is given to you for ministers absent. I think it is contemptuous, insulting to this parliament for the acting leader of government business to just appear on the platform without telling you, as the president and this honorable Senate, that she apologizes for the absence of both the Minister of Labor and Public Utilities for not being here. So I want to ask you to guide this honorable House so that the respect and dignity you and I seek to maintain, and all of us, could be sustained. So I just wanted you to guide us on this matter.
So, Senator Mark, as you rightly indicated, your comments in relation to that matter has been raised before, and my utterances in relation to such still stands. There are procedures within the Parliament by which those types of issues can be raised. It's not here on the floor, and therefore it's not for me to give guidance at this particular point in time. Clerk. Acting Leader of Government Business.
I want to add, with your leave, Mr. President, that all of the questions posed by Senator Mark subsequently were answered and, by me on behalf of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago.
Clerk, 1 second. So, as I indicated, there's a process by which those issues can be raised. All senators should be aware of this process, and I would invite all members to utilize those processes in terms of treating with those going forward in the future. Clerk.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have to say that the government is in a position to answer questions number 34, 37, 38, and 39. Oral question number 76 to the Minister of Finance. We are seeking a deferral of 2 weeks on that particular oral question, which is number 76. And may I say also that with regard to the written answers that are due, we are also seeking a deferral of question number 74, which was addressed to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, for 2 weeks. We have already circulated question number 73. Thank you.
Honourable members, the leave which the member seeks is so granted. Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Question number 34 to the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs did not retain the attorneys on record for this matter to represent NITCO's interests. Consequently, the Ministry has no record of any invoices being submitted by NITCO's attorneys for this matter, and I can confirm that the Ministry has not paid any legal fees to the attorneys on record for this matter. Notwithstanding this, it is a matter of public record that, based on the advice of its attorneys, NITCO has to date recovered $922 million of taxpayers' money in the OAS matter, and has been successful in court in maintaining possession of those funds. Any legal fees paid to its attorneys in respect of this matter, therefore, would be a small fraction of the amount recovered. In any event, the fees paid to other attorneys who advised NITCO on various matters may arguably become the subject of comment and/or recommendation by the commissioners in the Commission of Inquiry established to examine and to inquire into all aspects of the management of the land acquisition process by NITCO for the construction of the Solomon Hochoy Highway extension to Point 14, and as such, it is inappropriate for me to inquire after and/or to comment on this subject at this time. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, Mr. President, is the Attorney General rather, indicating to this Honorable Senate that he is not aware of any fees at this time paid to the attorneys that were involved in this matter involving NETCO and the particular company that is before us? Is that what the minister is telling us?
Attorney General.
At the risk of repeating myself, Mr. President, regrettably, because I thought I had already answered the question. One, the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs does not retain attorneys for NITCO, and therefore I do not propose to speak to fees paid to those attorneys. And secondly, to the extent that NITCO has paid fees to those attorneys retained by it, and not the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, that may be the subject of comment and recommendation by a commission of inquiry, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment and or otherwise provide answers with that regard at this time. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Attorney General what, if any, relationship on legal advice, on matters of a legal nature, I should say, exists between his office and NITCO?
And does not arise, Senator Mark. Next question.
Can the Attorney General advise whether he was made aware at any time as Attorney General of the names and number of attorneys providing advice to NITCO in this particular matter? Can the Honorable Attorney General share that with this Honorable House?
The question does not arise, Senator Mark. Last supplemental.
I'll go on to question number 37. Question number 37 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, the information being sought is available from the Auditor General through the Public Accounts Committee of the Parliament. The role of the Auditor General is clearly identified in Section 116 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the role of the Public Accounts Committee is clearly identified in Section 119 of the Constitution. It should be noted that the Public Accounts Committee is chaired by an elected member of the opposition. The Ministry of Finance has no constitutional role to play in auditing of the THA's financial statements and should not get involved in the business of constitutionally independent audit authorities. The Senator is advised to pursue the information requested through the Public Accounts Committee.
Senator Mark.
Come a stock record.
Senator Mark.
So I want to speed it up.
Senator Mark.
I'm going to ask a...
Senator Mark, if you're going to ask a question, do so. The extra is not required. Ask a question if you have a supplemental.
Yeah, Mr. President, is the Minister aware that the Minister of Finance has a responsibility and duty under the Exchequer and Audit Act to ensure that monies approved by the Parliament is spent in accordance with the wishes of the Parliament? Can I ask the Honourable Minister if he's aware that the Minister of Finance has a responsibility to ensure that monies approved by the Parliament to any institution, including the THA, is in fact spent in accordance with the wishes of the Parliament of the Republic of TNT? I'm asking the Minister.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, if the honourable member continues to ask the same question, he will get the same response.
Senator Mark.
Arrogance,
Senator.
contempt.
Senator Mark. Senator Leida, I'm on my legs. Senator Mark, I have indicated prior that the procedure that we are engaged in right now is treating with questions for oral answer. If you have supplementals to ask, please ask the supplemental and leave out the extra commentary.
Mr. President, may I ask through you, in light of the misappropriation, improprieties, irregularities occurring under the stewardship of the P&M administration.
So, Senator Mark, that is not even the beginning of a question. So I'm going to ask one more time. Ask your question, and please leave out the extras. If you have a supplemental, I invite you to ask it now.
No, Mr. President, how do you know it's extras? I am trying to formulate a question. You are not in my head or my mind, so allow me to...
Senator, members, Senator Mark, Senator Leida. Senator Mark, I have ruled, and all I would ask is for you to comply. Senator Mark. Ask your supplemental.
Mr. President, may I ask through you whether the minister can advise in matters of misappropriation and irregularities, as we have in this particular question? Can the minister advise this honorable House whether the Central Audit Unit in the Ministry of Finance has a role to execute in such instances? Can I ask the honorable ministers?
Your Finance.
These are matters for the Auditor General and not for the Ministry of Finance.
Senator Mark.
Can the minister explain if what he's saying is true? Why did the Minister of Finance use the Central Audit Committee to set up that said committee to investigate financial irregularities in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service under the former Commissioner of Police? If
So
that is the
Mark,
role...
that question does not arise, I would ask you to move on to the next supplemental.
Right?
Next supplemental.
So the minister is playing games here. Question number 38, Mr. President, to the minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, this is yet again another question dealing with the THA and the Auditor General. The information being sought is available from the Auditor General through the Public Accounts Committee of the Parliament, Mr. President. The role of the Auditor General is clearly identified in Section 116 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the role of the Public Accounts Committee is clearly identified in Section 119 of the Constitution. It should be noted that the Public Accounts Committee is chaired by an elected member of the opposition. The Ministry of Finance has no constitutional role to play in the auditing of the THA's financial statements and should not get involved in the business of constitutionally independent audit authorities. The Senator is advised to pursue the information requested through the Public Accounts Committee.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, can I ask through you whether the minister could explain to the Senate accounting officers who are appointed by the Minister of Finance with the support of the Treasury? Can the minister explain to this House what therefore is the role of accounting officers that are appointed by the Minister of Finance to ensure that public monies are spent in accordance with the wishes of the Parliament? Can the minister shed
That question
some light
does
on
not
this?
arise, Senator Mark. Next supplemental.
I'll go on to, I have a final question. I'll go on. Question number 39, right? That's the last
Question
one?
number 39, yes?
Question number 39 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, Mr. President. Yet again, another THA financial statement question. Mr. President, the information being sought is available from the Auditor General through the Public Accounts Committee of the Parliament. The role of the Auditor General is clearly identified in Section 116 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the role of the Public Accounts Committee is clearly identified in Section 119 of the Constitution. It should be noted that the Public Accounts Committee is chaired by an elected member of the opposition. The Ministry of Finance has no constitutional role to play in the auditing of the THA's financial statements and should not get involved in the business of constitutionally independent audit authorities. The Senator is advised, yet again, to pursue the information requested through the Public Accounts Committee.
Senator Mark.
I will deal with this on another platform, not this one. Thank you.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Having regard to the interim report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Shipping Bill 2020, third session 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, I beg to move that the committee be granted an extension to September 8, 2023 to complete its work and submit a final report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020 be granted an extension to September the 1st, 2023 to complete its work and submit a final report. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Much, Mr. President, but I erred in terms of the order of the motions, and therefore I read out the shipping motion when I should have done the fisheries. So your suggestion is that we take it from the top?
Problem, you just read out the fisheries management one, and then I will put the question again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. President, having regard to the interim report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020, third session 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, I beg to move that the committee be granted an extension to September 1st, 2023 to complete its work and submit a final report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Senators, the question is that the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020 be granted an extension to September the 1st, 2023 to complete its work and submit a final report. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having regard to the interim report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Shipping Bill 2020, third session 2020-2023, 12th Parliament, I beg to move that the committee be granted an extension to September 8, 2023 to complete its work and submit a final report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Shipping Bill 2020 be granted an extension to September the 8th, 2023 to complete its work and submit a final report. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, private members' business, private motions.
Honourable members, the debate on the following motion, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, February 28, 2023, will be resumed. Be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to immediately proclaim the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act and in the process ensure the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental right to privacy. May I remind senators that members taking part in the debate may speak on the original motion and the proposed amendments by the Attorney General and Senator Damian Lyda. We have 8 members that spoke on January 31st, 2023, and on the last occasion, which is Tuesday, February 28, 2023, we had 9 speakers. Minister of Trade and Industry, you have 20 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I wish to thank you for the opportunity to continue my contribution to this Honourable Senate in response to Senator's Mark, and I said it before, what was a very thin 4-pound note, which was, in our estimation, poorly drafted. And of course, I would tell you that I reminded this House that the bill was passed more than a decade ago by the PP government. And at that time, nothing was done by them to push the law forward. At least I say they conspired to go against the law and offer Cambridge Analytica access to the private and confidential information of our citizens for a data and communications mining test project in 2013. But I rest that there. But listening to debate, and let's get to the seriousness of it, listening to debate, we all agree, at least I think most of us would have agreed, that we now live in a time where data is a new gold and that technology has been used to treat with data in ways that we could not possibly have envisioned. And I'll tell you something, I'm not a betting person, but had we proclaimed the rest of this act in its current form, we would have been probably standing here in this very House on Private Members' Day debating the need for a more modernized data protection legislation. And I think, again, most people would agree on that position. The legislation needs to be modernized. So, Mr. President, yes, we agree on the importance of data. And when I spoke last, I spoke about the importance of proper collection and processing and allowing for better decision-making by individuals as well as by the public and the private sectors, supported the creation of plans to implement and evaluate national programs, also the influence on modernizing government services and improving the economy and so on, among other things. And of course, but we know of the negatives, and that's what we have to be careful about, because as instrumental as data can be to growth and development, if leaked or if shared or exploited for nefarious reasons, it can have detrimental effects on the lives of our citizens. And therefore, safeguarding the personal data and information of our citizens is critical to our government, and we stand by that. And so we say that any data protection legislation to be proclaimed by this government must ensure the safeguarding and protection of data while making provisions for its interoperability and the appropriate use of the particular data. And we understand the need to have a fully proclaimed Data Protection Act. And I want to repeat that. We understand the need to have a fully proclaimed Data Protection Act. However, we are also cognizant that the act which this motion today refers has several gaps which must be treated, and many speakers spoke of it. Which must be treated to duly protect our citizens, again, while allowing for the use of data to further our social or economic and our sustainable development. Also, it is useful to remember, Mr. President, that our Data Protection Act is based on the old UK Data Protection Act, which was replaced in the UK in 2018, again attesting to the fact that we really do have to modernize the piece of legislation which is before us and which has become archaic. Another critical development since the passage of our Act is the adoption in 2016 by the European Union General Data Protection Regulation, which has essentially, in some quarters, become known as a standard or the world standard for data protection. And this regulation, the GDPR, has been used to model data protection legislation in several countries, Mauritius, Chile, Japan, South Africa, the UK, and so on. And even within our region, in Barbados, Jamaica, and so on, there the GDPR has influenced the data protection, their data protection laws. And I think Bermuda, Bahamas, Belize, and the BVI Islands, the BVI Islands have also sought to follow that model. And so that we are saying also, in addition to that, I made the point on the last occasion that a blanket approach cannot be taken to the protection of information across and within the public and private sectors. And therefore, we the view that a more tiered and reasonable approach should be undertaken, which will allow for the appropriate levels of protection and the administration of business practices in accordance with the nature and with the size of the businesses. It cannot be a one-size-fits-all. Again, I want to reiterate that our government remains committed to guaranteeing that the data of all of our citizens is well protected, and that we will continue to do the necessary work to ensure that the required legislation is in fact passed, whatever that legislation finally becomes, that it is best suited to address our national environment and also fit into the and be compliant with the global environment as well. And on the last occasion when I spoke of I would have elaborated, I spoke to some extent on the consultancy which had been done by a Ms. Tira Green. And this was on behalf of the proactive request of the Office of the Prime Minister Communications Division, where the Office of Data Protection is assigned. And just to recap, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, under its Single Electronic Window Loan Program, an IDB-funded program, executed this consultancy for the provision of advisory services to amend the Act in Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to say that there was wide consultation, but not wide enough, but there was significant consultation, and it took about 12 months or so, and with a number of key stakeholders, people like CARICOM Impacts, the Eastern Regional Health Authority, FCB, the Intellectual Property Office, the Judiciary, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of National Security, Computer Security Incident Response Team, Ministry of Public and Digital Transformation as it then was, Ministry of Trade and Industry, the National Archives, the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago, the North Central Regional Authority, Northwestern Regional Health Authority as well, Office of the Attorney General Legal Affairs as it was then, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Southwest Regional Health Authority, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the TSTT, the Treasury Solicitors Department, the Ministry of Finance, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and the Cyber and Social Media Unit, the University of the West Indies, the Blind Welfare Association, the Bankers Association, Microsoft Corporation, Digicel, Scotiabank, the Media Association, wide enough, but there's still more consultation that I think has to be done as well. And the work that the consultant did considered the alignment of the current data with the GDPR and looked at all of the 16 areas, and I'm not going to call them out today. But what I'm saying is that the outcome was that our legislation is only aligned with the GDPR in 3 of the 16 instances, and that speaks to the gaps which exist. And I can then again, it did not align at all in 2 particular instances, which would be the data breach notifications and the data protection officers. And in some other instances, there was some alignment, partial alignment. So it's indicative of the current legislation's shortcomings and the areas which must be addressed to improve our legislation, and is therefore evident that we are behind in terms of what is expected to be the standard if we are meant to be world-class in this area and if we are meant to have modern and useful law. So there are gaps, and let us admit. So the consultant did in fact present a detailed legislative brief which will inform the new and revised legislation. Again, we still have to go back to have another look at this. Again, we need to now review again the policy instructions of the Communications Ministry. We also have to be informed by the policy, again, instructions of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, both of which would have to be approved by Cabinet, so that the new legislation must take into consideration the inclusion of provisions that will give effect to key principles in data protection, including international best practice, such as, again, certain provisions of the EU GDPR. And of course, it has to facilitate open data and data sharing. It has to address concerns about the abuse of power. It has to facilitate innovation, cloud policy, data localization, data standards, artificial intelligence, and so on. And that brief, the current brief, seeks to modernize the legislation and include new definitions about biometric data, who is a data processor, data controller, genetic data, sensitive personal information, etc. And also the brief informs of ways in which the general privacy principles can be enhanced to ensure that personal information is processed lawfully, fairly, and transparently, and is collected for explicit, specified, and for legitimate purposes, and not further processed in a manner which is incompatible with with other purposes. And so it must be processed in accordance with the rights of a data subject. Also, there must be exceptions for small businesses, understanding that a small business should not be subjected to the same level of scrutiny as a conglomerate or a financial institution. So again, I do believe that we must consult with all of the other business institutions to ensure that we really do understand the levels that are necessary. And also the critical need for data sharing within the public sector. And again, that's paramount at this time. We always speak about the ease of doing business, but again, we want to ensure we want to enable that data analytics be carried to identify issues and solutions regarding government policy making, program management, service planning and delivery by government agencies, and also to enable such related agencies to develop better government policy making, program management, and services planning generally. So I want to say also, and I believe the Minister with responsibility for digital transformation addressed the need for the alignment of the data protection initiatives with other government projects, and I'm not going to go into it, but because the Minister spoke about the national identity management solution, and which will enable us, the government and the private sector as well, to digitally authenticate and securely engage citizens online. So this e-identity management solution, or e-identity, would help in a lot of ways with fraud and forgery, fight corruption again, but again, offer to the citizens the ease that they would wish in terms of accessing government's policies and so on. Again, with all of the necessary technologies. I'm not going to go into it anymore, but also the other solutions, or the government solutions that it should be in alignment with, would be the interoperability services solution. Also, again, our own in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, our Trade and Business Information Portal, which I'm ever so proud of. I can just say, I can squeeze in that as of more recently, and when we checked, that portal has received more than 134,000 unique visitors in this short time that it has been open to the public, and more than 369,000 visits from persons across 84 countries in 6 continents. And of course, we're very pleased about that. And of course, another project that I would mention, but not take the time to elaborate again, is our enhancements of the TT BizLink platform. But again, pretty soon, by the end of April or the beginning of March, we'll have the very favorable outcomes of that, and I'll be able to go to the population to announce these. But I want to make the point that even in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, where we have had these technologically advanced solutions open to the public, we had been very, very careful to ensure about the design and the configuration, using a number of principles to ensure privacy and confidentiality of our citizens and our business persons in terms of its user content, the actual authentication, authorization, the encryption, auditing and logging, the security controls and standards, etc. So we think we're doing best practice, but at the same time, I think the legislation will, in fact, ensure that all of these activities are in alignment with the proposed legislation and are indeed for the protection of the businesses and the persons who would be using those. So I'm very proud of the fact, again, that we have been one of the ministries to really spearhead the use of commercial data for advanced reporting and research and analyses and recommendations and so on. But I go on, Mr. President, to say that what we want in this country is really a data-driven culture. And this is what I know is the mandate of the
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Of the Minister of Digital Transformation. I want to say that that as in the limited time that I have, that again, that our government supports and will continue to uphold the fundamental rights of all citizens, including their right to privacy. We remain committed to the principle of good governance and putting everything in place to ensure that we do have, in fact, the necessary legal and regulatory pillars to create a competitive and digital economy as well. We've listened to everybody, the opposition and the voices on the other side. And there have been recommendations that have been put forward by the independents in particular. And I want to congratulate them because they would have taken, many of them took the time to research and to recognize that more needs to be done to get this legislation right. Senator Dylan Remy would have recommended that we perhaps need another 12 months, if I remember rightly. And Senator Dana Ryan would have recommended that 18 months, doesn't see this happening before. And so, therefore, I wish to place on the table to this Honourable House an amendment. We will be removing the initial amendment which was posed by the Attorney General, replacing it with another amendment. And in that amendment, we would delete the word immediately and substitute the words within 18 months. And so that, therefore, that final limb would read, be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to within 18 months proclaim the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act and in the process ensure the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental right to privacy. So therefore I seek to move this motion now put forward by the government, Mr. President. I thank you.
Honourable Senators, before I call on the next speaker, the question is that the motion be amended by the Minister of Trade and Industry. Senators taking part in the debate hereafter may speak on the original motion and the opposed amendments. Senator Thompson-Aye.
Mr. President, would you allow me to move
Sure.
a seconder to the motion, please?
1 second, and Senator Thompson-Aye, you were saying, Attorney General?
To second the motion to amend. Thank you.
So, Attorney General, there's no need to second the motion once it comes from the government benches. Senator Thompson-Aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak on the private member's motion brought by Senator Wade Mark calling on the government to immediately proclaim the section of the Data Protection Act 2011, which have not been proclaimed, and which offer the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental right to privacy. Earlier this year, I was at the meeting of the Electoral College at which we elected a new president. I think it was this year. You look surprised, Mr. President. A member of the other house, on the way out of the chamber, said of me to a senior politician, "She in my constituency, you know, she voted for me." I was absolutely astounded. I looked at the MP with furrowed brow. How could she make that assertion, and with such assurance? On what basis? I didn't admit or deny it, but more importantly, I wondered, was not one's vote secret? What process of deduction had she used to purport to have that information? I do not know her to be fond of alcohol or possessed of any other spirits. So like the naughty boy in the John Keats poem, I stood in my shoes and I wondered. Even if that were true, Section 64 of the Representation of the People's Act requires secrecy of the vote. I surmise, as the Bajans in Cavid would say, she making sport, man. During the penultimate election campaign, I was annoyed to receive messages on my cell phone urging me to vote for a particular party. How did they get my number, I wondered. Not too long ago, a doctor friend whom I had not consulted professionally was able to tell me aspects of my medical history I had not shared with him. Earl Lovelace, in his play Justina's Calypso, in which, as Robin Otway, former local lawyer, shared in a chat quite recently, I had played the title role, wrote, "It ain't have no secrets in this place." Facebook, TikTok, WhatsApp, everything out in the open. In 2015, I conducted a course for Caribbean media on responsible coverage of children's issues. At the end of the course, a group of media, all male, invited me out to dinner. We were returning to Trinidad the next day. They seemed harmless enough, so I accepted. After dinner, as tongues grew loose with drinks, they regaled me with tales of the private lives of, I wouldn't say what group of people. Men are notorious gossips. Don't feel in the tea room, the talk is only about bills, eh? Now I will have no friends. While there might be more than a grain of truth in Lovelace's words, protection of personal data is a serious obligation of governments and a precious right of every citizen. It is no wonder then that Senator Mark and many others are anxious that this law, which protects the right of privacy of personal information, be fully proclaimed, not later, but now. There is no denying the fact that protection of personal data is vitally important and that the harm that can result to a person whose personal data is compromised can be devastating. As access to online data increases, we all read with dismay and even fear the horrific tales of identity theft, fake profile, financial insecurity, physical harm, sexual grooming of children, and even murder, which occur through data loss and data misuse. We are urged to protect our personal information, to store our valuable information carefully, to choose strong passwords. That's a real challenge for some people, you know. I write my password sometime in code and then forget what the code means. Recently, I spent over an hour at a particular bank as they told me I had to get a new bank card if I could not recall my password. On top of that, they charged me $30. If a bandit steals my card and say a number of your life, I gone through, yes? As a result of the risks, the perceived and real dangers resulting from lack of data protection, many jurisdictions have moved within recent times with alacrity to secure the personal data of its citizens. They have not only enacted data protection laws, but have implemented these laws. I'm forced to follow Mighty Shadow and ask, what's wrong with we? You see, Mr. President, enacting laws and not implementing them reminds me of a slogan of striking workers I had heard walking down Frederick Street during my high school days. I know I've spoken about that before. The chain of stores is no longer present here. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I saw a sign in a village shop in India. It said Bata Stores. And I said, oh, That's where better going. The slogan was pass by, mama guy, but don't buy. If you want, you could even wave bye-bye, but don't buy. So when we pass a law and we do not implement it, citizens can be forgiven for thinking it was a mama guy. That they are entitled to believe that we were just going through the motions to look good, but we were not serious. The object of a Data Protection Act is to ensure that protection is afforded to an individual's right to privacy and the right to maintain sensitive personal information as private and personal. The personal information that the Act seeks to protect is information about an individual that is recorded in any form, including the information relating to race, nationality or ethnic origin, religion, age, or marital status of the individual, information relating to the education or the medical or employment history of the individual, or information relating to the financial transaction in which the individual has been involved or which refers to the individual, any identifying number, symbol, or other particulars designed to identify the individual, the address or telephone contact number of the individual, the name of the individual where it appears with other personal information relating to the individual, or where the disclosure of the name itself would reveal information about the individual. Correspondence sent to an establishment by the individual that is explicitly or implicitly of a private or confidential nature, and any replies to such correspondence which would reveal the contents of the original correspondence, the views and opinions of any other person about the individual, the fingerprints, DNA, blood type, or the biometric characteristics of the individual. The Act also seeks to ensure protection of an individual's right to maintain sensitive personal information as private and personal, and defines sensitive personal information as meaning information on a person's racial or ethnic origin, political affiliation or trade union membership, religious beliefs or other beliefs of a similar nature, physical or mental health or condition, sexual orientation or sexual life, or criminal or financial record, sensory disability, meaning a disability that relates to sight or hearing. So it's very, very wide. We heard the Honorable Minister say that we are preparing to modernize the law to reflect changes since 2011, that we need the law to keep pace with the changes in technology and the legal landscape. He said, and I quote, "The effective management of data requires us to find the right balance between ensuring our national data resources are available to everyone, while at the same time protecting the personal information on the citizen's life, government, and agencies." He stated that the first thing government had to do was to make sure the law addresses the various technological and social changes that have occurred since it was partially proclaimed in 2011 and 2012. But you know what? In this rapidly changing world, where new inventions, innovations are created on such a regular basis that we are dizzy from the whirlwind of technological changes, there will always be the need to make changes. That is the reason for the process that we know as amendment. The need for amendment has not prevented jurisdictions enacting and or implementing data protection laws. Look around. What do we see? Data protection laws are plenty. Antigua and Barbuda, Data Protection Act 2013. The Bahamas, Data Protection, Privacy of Personal Information Act 2003, Chapter 324. Barbados, Data Protection Act 2019. Belize, Data Protection Act 2021. Bermuda, Personal Information Protection Act 2016. British Virgin Islands, Data Protection Act 2019. Cayman Islands, the Data Protection Law 2021. Jamaica, Data Protection Act 2020. St. Kitts and Nevis, Data Protection Act No. 5 of 2018. St. Lucia, Data Protection Act of 2011. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Privacy Act 2003. The PECB, that is the Professional Evaluation and Certification Board, University, Washington, D.C., in an article in its magazine dated October 11, 2021, written by Visa Hayasini and titled "Why is Data Protection Important?" enumerated key elements of data protection. May I have your permission to quote, sir, Mr. President? 1, confidentiality. The data is retrieved only by authorized operators with appropriate credentials. 2, integrity. All the data stored within an organization is reliable, precise, and not subject to any unjustified changes. 3, availability. The data stored is safely and readily available whenever needed. The article also listed the type of data that requires protection. And these were vital information of customers, such as names, addresses, emails, phone numbers, health information, or bank details. The article also dealt with the need for data protection framework. The author stressed that this, as a number of organizations that process the personally identifiable information increases, so does the need for such organizations to ensure the safety and privacy of data. The framework will help an organization to ensure that all data stored in their services is protected and reasonably used. It will also give the organization guidance and structure on any changes needed and the specific use of such changes. So that is actually in part 2 of our Data Protection Act, the framework, and that's why it's so important that we enact that part. Additionally, using a well-known data protection framework may decrease the risk of incidents, and regulators may have greater effort to protect the data in such cases. A data protection framework may also adapt to meet the evolving data protection requirements. Data protection standards may help you and your organization to better manage your customers' data. End of quote. PECB offers training courses and certifications. You can contact them at marketing@pecb.com. The Attorney General and the Minister of Digital Transformation may find that useful. So here we are today. We have a 2011 Act that has been proclaimed in parts. According to Senator Mark, key elements of the Act that will inure to the great benefit of citizens have not been proclaimed. In moving the motion, Senator Mark stated that some key provisions had not been proclaimed. I would have expected that in his preparation for coming to the Senate to expound on the motion for full proclamation, he would have thoroughly studied the existing circumstances. I was therefore very surprised to hear him state that Sections 4 and 6 had not been proclaimed. The Honorable Minister corrected him regarding his misconception about Section 6. But it was left to Senator Vieira, who in his patient and thorough way, who seemed to have read the Act and the proclamation notices in the same way I had, to set him straight on Section 4. To wit, if Part 1 is proclaimed and Sections 4 and 6 are constituent parts of Part 1, then there is no logic in asserting that these sections have not been proclaimed. According to the mover of the motion, some citizens consider that they are vulnerable and are being prejudiced and likely to be disadvantaged by government personnel using their data without their permission and to their detriment. They feel unsafe and unprotected, and they want immediate relief. There is no trust, but plenty distrust in our society. Trust in institutions and our fellow men and women went out the window when the neighborhood Chinese shop that I frequented as a child and from which my mother used to trust God shut its door to be replaced by supermarkets which do not give credit, but have recently been credited with digging out our eyes and emptying our pockets. So although the Constitution guarantees our right to respect for our privacy, that right is not absolute, as the Constitution itself provides the circumstances under which this right might be derogated from or abridged. And these circumstances include, inter alia, the need for a special majority. So as precious and as treasured as the right to privacy may be, and undoubtedly is, the fundamental right to privacy is therefore not absolute. The mover of the motion seems appalled that government could even think of using personal information to further its objectives under another piece of legislation dealing with collection of taxes. He has accused the government of cherry-picking the operationalization of Section 42A and B with the specific purpose of collecting information for property tax. I wish to make some comments and ask some questions in this regard. It is not unknown for governments under data protection law to use personal information for the purpose of revenue collection. All jurisdictions provide for consent to the processing of personal information, but all have exemptions to this general rule. Section 9J of the Barbados Data Protection Act 2019 prohibits the processing of sensitive personal data, which under Section 2.1 includes financial record or position, unless the processing is necessary for the exercise of any functions conferred on any person by or under an enactment. K, the processing is necessary for the exercise of any functions of a public authority. So here we see government is opting out. There's an exemption. Section 5.3 of the Jamaica Data Protection Act 2020, not yet in force, states where the personal data is being processed in inter alia, the public interest as a whole, the data controller would be exempted from complying with a number of provisions under the Act and would have legal basis for processing the data. Section 13 of the Bahamas Data Protection Act provides, in this Act, any restrictions on or exception to the disclosure of personal data do not apply if a disclosure is required inter alia for assessing or collecting any tax, duty, or other monies owed or payable to government, statutory corporation, public body, or a local authority in any case in which the application of those restrictions would be likely to prejudice any of the matters aforesaid. When we look at Section 10 of the Bailey's Data Protection Act 2021, it provides that the processing of personal data shall be prohibited unless, J, the processing is necessary for the exercise of any functions conferred on any person by or under an enactment, and K, the processing is necessary for the exercise of any functions of a public authority. When we look at Cayman Islands Data Protection Act, Section 19 of the 2021 revision, it exempts from the protection principle personal data processed for the purpose of the assessment or collection of any fees or duty of any imposition of a similar nature in the islands. Section 42 of the Trinidad and Tobago Data Protection Act creates a specific exemption to the general rule against prohibition of disclosure of personal information without consent. That is, that the information is for the purpose of collecting monies owing by an individual to the government of Trinidad and Tobago or by a public body to an individual. The mover of the motion is convinced that the motivation behind the proclamation is for the collection of property tax. It is my considered opinion, however, that there was already a window of opportunity in the previously proclaimed Section 929, which provides for the Commissioner to authorize the collection of personal information otherwise than directly from the individual in appropriate circumstances. Can one seriously doubt, and would not a court rule that an appropriate circumstance must include the collection of revenue without which government, in particular local government, cannot perform effectively and efficiently? I see no sinister motive but detect the operation of what I would dare to call the doctrine of necessity to compel a recalcitrant burgess to comply with his or her legal obligation. Is collection of taxes in the circumstances lawful? I say yes. Is it fair? I say yes. Why should only some bear the burden of taxation? As a general rule, consent for disclosure of the information is required. But if the consent is not forthcoming, what should government do? Should the government do like Brer Rabbit and lie low and say nothing? One has to be practical in certain circumstances, and I dare say, although it may sound harsh, that collection of revenue is one such circumstance. It is a most important function of government. Governments must govern, or they must go home, or be put out to pasture, and I'm not speaking of on a golf course either. Strong leadership is what is required in this country. Strong in the sense of having the courage of one's convictions. Be not afraid. I go before you always. Come follow me, and I will give you not rest, but relief. Like in Europe, most data protection laws in the Caribbean have been influenced by the European Union data protection regulation. Trinidad and Tobago still has a long way to go with regard to compliance with all that is required. Part 1 of our Act, which encompasses the preliminary provision, Section 1 to 6, have been proclaimed. As far as Part 2 is concerned, Section 7 to 18, which establishes the Office of the Information Commissioner and sets out his method of appointment by the President, his qualifications, tenure, powers, functions, as well as that of his deputy, the remuneration, the staffing, and other procedural matters. I have spoken about Section 42, of which the mover of the motion complained. Senator Mark has also taken issue with the non-proclamation of other areas of the law which provide protection for citizens. It is incumbent on the government to move with greater alacrity to have these provisions proclaimed. Matters such as appears in Part 3, namely protection of personal data by public bodies, especially Section 52, the right of access to personal information held by a public body, and Part 4, protection of personal data by the private sector, and Part 5, contravention and enforcement, remain outside the Act. We need this government to show, as a sign of good faith, and to rebuild its failing trust in your governance, to signify your intention in a concrete and specific manner. Tell us your intention regarding proclamation of the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act. Jamaica, with regard to its plans for proclamation of its Data Protection Act, passed its Data Protection Act in June 2020. On December 1, 2021, it appointed Celia Barclay, one of my many adopted daughters in whom I am most proud, as the first Information Commissioner. The government has announced that the substantive provisions under the Act, which include the right of a data subject and legal obligation of a data controller, are not yet in effect. It further stated that those provisions will not come into operation until the government has publicly appointed an effective date. The provisions appointing and establishing the Office of the Information Commissioner came into effect on the 1st of December 2021. The result of this is that the 2-year transition period for data controllers to take the necessary steps to ensure full compliance with the requirements under the Act commenced on 1st of December 2021 and will expire, in fact, as it expires on 30th of November 2023. While the government will most likely be unable to comply with Senator Mark's request for immediate proclamation, I am calling on the government not to come here with one of their favorite stock phrases, soon as possible, in short order, but a definite date. I see they are giving a timeline as the amendment that has been signaled to us. And they must work towards to conclude this, must work towards to conclude this long-standing sin of omission on our legal landscape of protection. This Lenten season is appropriate for you to confess to us your concrete plans. Give us a specific date. No more pass by, Mama Guy, but don't buy. I thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 4017, I seek leave of the Senate to withdraw the amendment in my name to private member's motion number 1. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, is the Senate prepared to grant leave? Yes. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President, leave having been granted in accordance with Standing Order 4017, I wish to withdraw the amendment in my name to private member's motion number 1.
Honourable Senators, the amendment in the name of the Attorney General is withdrawn. The debate will continue on the original motion and the amendments proposed by the Minister of Trade and Industry and Senator Damian Lyda. Minister of Communications.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for that warm round of thumping to mark my arrival. For this, my first real contribution on a motion in this August chamber. Mr. President, of course, I thank you and the other senators here for the opportunity to contribute in this debate on a motion brought by Senator Mark, and which, of course, has generated a bit of national interest. Senator Mark's resolution, be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to immediately proclaim the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act and in the process ensure the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental right to privacy. Mr. President, if I am to sum up the substantive points made by honourable senators thus far, it would be as follows. Firstly, that the government has had 11 years and therefore more than sufficient time within which the full proclamation of the Act could have been effected. Secondly, the government has cherry-picked portions of the Act to be proclaimed for reasons that are less than noble, of course, proffered by the members of the opposition, and constitute enough evidence of the far reach of government into the private lives of citizens. The third, that the government has been silent in delineating what are the precise portions of the current legislation that require updating or removing. And fourthly, that the government has not demonstrated why, after all this time, it still cannot articulate a time frame for full proclamation. Of course, Mr. President, we have an amendment that has addressed that and is lagging behind its CARICOM partners in this regard. Quite frankly, Mr. President, I've also heard proposed, besides the amendments proposed by senators across the way, and I thank the honourable senators for those amendments offered. Quite frankly, I've also heard from others outside of this Senate that the Act, though only 12 years old and in legislative standards of quite recent vintage, should be scrapped entirely, and a new Act be put in place that would adhere more closely with the European model already adopted by our CARICOM partners. So, President, I think we've already demonstrated, I do not need to hasten to add, that it is not the government's current position. So therefore, it falls on me, as Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, and one of the ministers upon whose shoulders, in conjunction with my colleague, the Minister of Digital Transformation, the responsibility for this Act now sits, to further illuminate the very real and practical reasons behind the government's insistence that more time is required before the Act can be fully proclaimed. And as I do so, I would like to anchor my presentation on the thoughts espoused by Senator Vera, and I'm happy that he's in the House now, as he concluded his submission, and I quote, "I do not support carte blanche proclamation of all the remaining sections immediately. It seems to me that if we are to move forward responsibly, we are required to revisit, to reassess the legislation, tweaking and updating as necessary. If aspects of this important Act are built on shaky ground, it behooves us to reinforce and to repair them. So to the extent that this motion calls on government to implement meaningful and effective data protection, I am 100% behind Senator Mark. I support the motion. But on the matter of immediate proclamation, my respectful recommendation would be, I would ask the government to commit to proclamation later this year." End quote. Senator Vera, I hope I was true to your words. Mr. President, in preparation for today's debate, I thought it necessary to revisit not only the Hansard of the current motion, but the entire history of data protection legislation in the Parliament, as I believe that it will allow us greater context for government's request for additional time for full proclamation. The data protection legislation was first brought to Parliament by our predecessor Minister of Information in the 9th Republican Parliament, which sat between November 2007 and April 2010. And the legislation introduced then was modeled along the GDPR guidelines of 1995, some 28 years ago. Additionally, the data protection legislation was introduced as a necessary and betrothed companion to the Electronic Transactions Act. And at that time, Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago was leading its CARICOM counterparts in the passage of such legislation. The contention then that our CARICOM partners are moving ahead of us with respect to data protection legislation is simply a false premise, as they have only very recently introduced legislation based on the updated GDPR regime. And I give the assurance to the senators and to you, Mr. President, that when we fully implement our legislation, we would undoubtedly return to being ahead of the pack. Mr. Speaker, this context affords the opportunity to outline in greater detail then the guidelines currently recognized by the 2011 Act, birthed from 1995 guidelines, and equally important to demonstrate why full proclamation of the Act in its current form will also be a disservice to the intent and to the provisions of the Electronic Transactions Act. And Mr. President, in those days, the vast majority of electronic transactions envisaged were those of an economic nature. Of course, today, with the advent of e-government, electronic transactions require a legislative companion that is strong and robust and modern and able to provide it with the level of security it absolutely deserves, and able to provide citizens with the security that they absolutely deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of the DPA were enacted to provide a more robust defense of the private information of citizens, collected by entities for very specifically defined purposes. It was argued that without these provisions, the personal data of citizens could very easily be compromised. And of course, we have past history showing that, and utilized in ways for which their collection and storage was never intended. Mr. President, there is no argument from anyone on this side as to the necessity of having data protection legislation. Indeed, we strongly believe that data protection laws help to build trust between citizens and governments by ensuring that personal data is collected, processed, stored safely and transparently. And this trust is critical to fostering citizen acceptance of e-government services. As the government moves ahead with its digitalization agenda, therefore, making increased numbers of e-services available both to particular population sets and the wider population in general, there must be a sense that the data gathered will be protected, that the data gathered is safely stored, and that the data gathered is utilized to make the lives of its owners easier. A simple case in point is the Ministry of Education's recent announcement that a number of its services are now available electronically to both parents and teachers, and that is because of data gathered, stored, protected, and used for the greater good. And that has happened, Mr. President, because the Minister of Education has put in place the necessary infrastructure to be able to now more efficiently and effectively utilize the information from its teachers and from the parents, their stakeholders. Similarly, Mr. President, as the Housing Development Corporation continues on its thrust to not only deliver state-subsidized housing to those citizens who require government's intervention to make their dream of home ownership a reality, it has also embarked on its More Ways to Pay campaign. And this campaign has opened up a multiplicity of online modalities for clients of the HDC to honor their legal obligations. And indeed, the HDC now boasts of being the first completely cashless state organization in the country. And that was made possible because of the proper gathering, storage, and protection of data collected on its clients. And this has allowed it to engage in electronic transactions at a pace, quite frankly, that was hitherto impossible to conceive. Mr. President, I believe it was Senator John who offered the position in support of the full and immediate proclamation that something is better than nothing. I want to respectfully disagree with the Honourable Senator. Something is not better than nothing. And in fact, in this case, it can be extremely dangerous. To fully implement this act without the necessary infrastructure in place, and when I speak about infrastructure, I'm speaking about the physical, the human, and the technical infrastructure in situations like the Data Commissioner's Office would be to court very real possibilities of several lawsuits. And the truth is, Mr. President, we also have examples of that. It's a very real case of a former Attorney General of this country championing legislation through this Parliament, and immediately upon being removed from that office, successfully sued the state for not having the infrastructure in place to accommodate the very legislation that he championed. You know, Mr. President, there's a quote attributed to the author Stephen King. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I want to assure this Honourable House, Mr. President, that this government has no intention of visiting shame on itself or this country. There is also, and I say this as the Minister responsibility for communications, and in my office I'm responsible for state media and of course interaction with the media in general, of the very startling deficiency that has been identified in the legislation in its current form and which requires remedy. If our journalists, the members of the Fourth Estate, and particularly those few who engage in investigative journalism, are allowed to carry out their duties unfettered. You see, upon full implementation of the Data Protection Act, it would be both essential and expedient for the underlying principles and the practices embodying the Act to be in alignment with local, regional, and international norms, including widely held norms for a democratic society. So accordingly, the government is of the view, supported by extensive consultation with the media industry and media practitioners, and mindful of inputs from civil society as well, that appropriate exemptions for investigative journalism and forms of artistic expression must be crafted and introduced into the Act by way of amendment. The intent would therefore to have a widely workable data privacy framework, protective of all stakeholders, inclusive of our very important Fourth Estate upon full proclamation. Mr. President, I am mindful of the time in which I have entered this debate. There are, of course, several other deficiencies in the legislation in its current form which do require updating to bring them more in line with the times in which we live. And with your leave, I will not treat with all of them, but I would like to address some of them. There are key changes required to bring the 2011 Data Protection Act in line with modern legislation. And the first of those is the definition of what personal data actually is. It needs to be redefined. You see, the existing Act uses the term personal information and specifically defines what it is. It's names, photos, email addresses, phone numbers, physical addresses, and personal identification numbers, things like your DP. But under modern legislation, personal data is defined as any information that can be used on its own or in conjunction with other data to identify an individual. And that data would include things like IP addresses, mobile device identifiers, geolocation and biometric data. And most modern laws also cover data related to an individual's physical, psychological, genetic, mental, economic, cultural, and social identity. Another much needed change is the legal basis to process personal data. You see, under the existing Act, knowledge and consent and consent of the individual are required for the collection, use, or the disclosure of personal information. My apologies, Mr. President. There are limitations as to the use of consent only as a legal basis, as it can restrict public and private sector organizations from performing functions that may be in their legitimate interests or for other activities such as detecting fraud. Most current legislations outline 6 legal bases that can be relied on to legally process personal data. The first is consent, where the individual has given clear consent to you to process their personal data for a specific purpose. The second is contract. The processing is necessary for a contract you have with the individual, or because they have asked you to take specific steps before entering into a contract. The third is a legal obligation. The processing is necessary for you to comply with the law. The fourth is vital interest. The processing is necessary to protect someone's life. The fifth is public task. The processing is necessary for you to perform a task in the public interest or for your official functions, and the task or function has a clear basis in law. And the sixth is legitimate interest. The processing is necessary for your legitimate interests. A very important change, Mr. President, is that the Act in its current form has no differentiation on obligations. That there is the requirement to have no differentiation on obligations between public and private sector. The current Act separates the obligations of public sector versus the private sector. The obligations placed on the public sector are more stringent, while the obligations placed on the private sector can be voluntary or regulated by other regulators. But most modern legislation does not differentiate between the public and the private sector. And this is because the private sector, with the increasing use of technology and AI and data analytics, collects and processes huge volumes of personal data and metadata on individuals. And as such, under current laws such as the GDPR and in other territories in the Caribbean, once an organization is collecting and processing personal data, they are defined as a data controller, and they have specific compliance obligations under the law. That is not the case with the Act in its current iteration. There is the issue of personal data breaches. The current legislation is silent on a definition of personal data breaches and the obligations of data controllers to report personal data breaches to the regulator or the affected parties. And as such, you have a situation where persons being affected by data breaches may never know. Within the GDPR and the laws in the Caribbean, there's a single requirement to follow. Data controllers must notify their regulator and the individuals affected by a personal data breach within 72 hours of learning about the breach. Mr. President, of course, there are other key limitations to the Act, but I will move on from there because they have been ventilated in large part in this debate. Mr. President, as would have been demonstrated by my colleagues on this side, throughout this debate and through real-world evidence like the most recent digitalization success story at the Ministry of Education, this government has demonstrated that it is fully committed to digital transformation, which allows ministries and state agencies to work seamlessly together to deliver a robust and effective and efficient electronic government to a modern society. The ability to provide this robust, effective e-government must be built on the key pillars of building trust by ensuring that people's personal data is collected and processed and stored safely and transparently, which will be critical to fostering citizen acceptance of e-government services. It will be built on the protection of citizens' privacy by setting clear data handling guidelines. The laws ensure that e-government services respect citizens' right to privacy and protect their sensitive information. It will be built on ensuring data security by promoting cybersecurity best practices. These laws help create a safer digital environment for e-government services. It will be built on facilitating information sharing by setting clear standards for data sharing and interoperability. These laws will help simplify government operations and improve service delivery. It will be built on promoting transparency and accountability and facilitating citizen participation to create an environment that makes citizens more comfortable using e-government services, such as digital identity management and electronic access to public services, and facilitating cross-border cooperation by setting common standards for data protection and promoting secure data transfers. Mr. President, every year our chambers of commerce and ordinary citizens lament the multiple hoops that must be navigated through to conquer the obstacle course that is doing business in Trinidad. A modernized Data Protection Act that allows for the sharing of data across and between government agencies, makes no distinction between the private and public sector, and a modernized Data Protection Act will see a quantum leap in people's perception of doing business in this country. And you see, Mr. President, it was my hope that my contribution, it is my hope that my contribution and those by my colleagues have provided senators with a fairly comprehensive look at the extent of the work that is required to ensure that we have a modernized Data Protection Act, and particularly one that works in concert with an equally modernized Electronic Transactions Act. Certainly, Mr. President, through the joint efforts of many, but led principally by the Minister of Digital Transformation, this government has and continues to revisit and reassess the current data protection legislation. It had been my initial intention, as part of my contribution, to give my support to the position put forward by Senator Deonarine regarding an outside limit of 18 months to full proclamation, and put forward arguments to explain why earlier amendments, such as Senator Leider's for full proclamation by December 2023, but I'm particularly happy that the acting leader of government business has put forward an amendment to the motion to replace it was immediately with the words within 18 months. This time frame will allow for the very necessary work required to produce legislation that is fit for purpose. I want to give this Honourable House the assurance that as one of the ministers currently charged with the responsibility for data protection, I will do all within my power and remit to have the updated and modernized data protection legislation ready for debate by then. Mr. President, I thank you, and I thank the honourable members for your time and for this opportunity.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to sincerely thank all of my colleagues who have contributed to this motion, which seeks to encourage the government to proclaim and fully operationalize the Data Protection Act. Of course, as some of my colleagues said earlier in their contributions, that even if we have to make amendments to the legislation, let us do so. I remember the former Attorney General, Faris Alwari, telling our Parliament and Trinidad and Tobago, try to avoid analysis paralysis. Let us just start. That was the phrase that was used by the AG. Let us just start. And here it is. We have the Data Protection Act, partially proclaimed since 2011. And some 8 years later, what we are experiencing over the last 3 sittings involving contributions from some 18 members on both sides of our House. The independent senators spoke, the government senators spoke, and we even had a minister who we did not know had such a powerful role to play in the implementation, operationalization of the legislation. He comes at the end of the debate. He should have been, when I say he, the Honorable Minister in the office of the Prime Minister should have followed the Honorable Minister with responsibility for digital transformation. He comes at the end of the debate to tell this Honorable House that he has a critical role to play in making sure that data protection law is effected and implemented. That is 8 years later almost. The question that we have to ask, is this government serious? Is this government serious about data protection legislation in Trinidad and Tobago? Mr. President, my colleague, Senator Ahi, who spoke earlier in this debate, is the chairman of a very important joint select committee called Finance and Legal Affairs. And I have seen 2 sittings that were televised. One on the Planning and Facilitation Bill, which is now an act. The other on data protection and electronic transactions. And the focus was why, when laws are passed and assented to, they have not been proclaimed. That is the subject of the inquiry. And those 3 bills, three acts rather, were the subject of attention of that distinguished committee. I have before me the second report of this Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs. It came from the first session, 2020-21, of the 12th Parliament. I have the report. And even the chairperson of that committee said she was utterly confused because different signals were coming from different ministries. And rightfully, the chairman was saying, where is the collaboration on this very important matter? Why so much confusion? Because one silo, in this instance, ministry, Mr. President, is telling the JSC one story, and another ministry is telling another story. So the committee is confused, and they are asking them, that is all the ministries, Office of the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Public Administration and Digital Transformation, the Office of the Attorney General, all of them were before, in one way or the other, this committee. But we didn't know until the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry spoke. Nobody told us before she spoke, the Honorable Minister that is, that there were widespread consultations. We got the impression when this debate was taking place that there was consultation required. They need to meet with stakeholders in order to bring this matter up to what is called the European standard. And what's the favorite acronym? GDPR. That came from the lips of every member that spoke here, giving us the impression that the government, Mr. President, had required more time to bring our legislation in line with the European Union standards. I'll come back to that. Let us go to page 40 of this report of my dear friend who chairs that very distinguished committee on finance and legal affairs. We learned in this report in 3.7, and I quote, a collaborative approach was thus undertaken and a consultant retained by the Ministry of Trade and Industry at a cost of US $70,000. So we are being told in this report that through the Ministry of Trade and Industry, a consultant was retained for the sum of $70,000 US. And here, what is the mandate of this consultant? First of all, I should tell you, it was funded by the Inter-American Development Bank. And here the mandate: to conduct a comprehensive review of the legislation. Which legislation? The Data Protection Act. In addition, they were supposed to also focus on the single electronic window for trade and business facilitation. Mr. President, this was in 2020. In 2020. And in January of 2021, a meeting was held between the OPM, the Ministry of the Attorney General, Public Administration and Digital Transformation, and representatives of the Law Reform Commission. And the OPM informed partner ministries of the stewardship role it had in this undertaking. So this OPM, with the Ministry of Communications under its wing, that is, the OPM has that office or ministry under its wing, had a big role to play in this matter. So they were supposed to review the consultancy, as I said, review the Data Protection Act. And what was more amazing is that we learned in this report, on this same page 40, from the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, they advised the committee that there was a review of the Data Protection Act that was on the way, that was in 2020, into 2021, and that draft legislation was being considered. And the information, as the report said, seems to be at variance with that provided by the Office of the Prime Minister. That is what is being told to us in this report. And of course, Mr. President, the dates were given to the committee by the Office of the Prime Minister on the completion of certain phases of this process. They told the committee the inception report will be completed by December of 2020. They told the committee that a gap analysis report would be completed by January of 2021. And they told the committee that stakeholder consultations and regulatory impact assessment would be completed by March of 2021. That is what they told the committee, the JSC. But we have coming before us minister after minister, the Minister of Trade, the Attorney General. We have the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for communication. We have the Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, all telling us they need more time. This is a very complex exercise. The Minister of Digital Transformation, he agreed with the need to proclaim, but he also said because of the technological changes, we need to have some more time to bring about amendments to the legislation. Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't know who is fooling who. I don't know who is misleading who. But I believe that this Parliament is being taken for a ride. I believe that this Senate is being taken for a ride by the government and their spokesmen and their various senators who have spoken here to give us the impression, Mr. President, that they need more time. They need to amend the law. They need to take into account what is taking place in the European Union in terms of the GDPR, General Data Protection regulations. Mr. President, I wanted to say something. We were told for the first time by the Minister of Trade in a wrapping up that several stakeholder consultations were held. Okay? And the minister went on to outline some of the persons participating. The judiciary, the RHAs, the THAs, business, Bankers Association, TTMA, MAT was also included. I understand MAT was part of those consultations, TSTT, Digicel, TAT, ministries were involved. So, Mr. President, if all of these stakeholders were involved in this matter, why it is the government needs 18 additional months to bring legislation to this parliament in order to have the law proclaimed? Why would the government need that time? Well, Mr. President, I have a copy of the invitation that was issued to the various stakeholders to attend this consultation. I wouldn't call the names at this time. I will just read the contents so that you can understand what is happening and all senators can understand what is happening. Mr. President, it was on the 3rd of August 2021 that the Office of the Prime Minister issued invitations to all the stakeholders. I want to read the contents of this piece of information so that you, Honorable President, and my senatorial colleagues will understand what has happened. It is an invitation to the second stakeholder consultation to amend, Mr. President, to amend the Data Protection Act, Chapter 2204. Mr. President, I want you to listen carefully. This invitation was issued on the 3rd of August 2021. They were inviting the chambers, the judiciary, MAT, THA, TAT, Digicel, TSTT, among others, to come, the Trinidad and Tobago manufacturers, to do what? To have a consultation to amend the Data Protection Act. And here how it goes. You are cordially invited to participate in a second virtual stakeholder consultation, which is scheduled for August the 12th, 2021, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. to provide feedback, Mr. President, to provide feedback towards Senator Vieira. Through you, Mr. President, I want you to listen carefully. Towards the finalization of the draft amendment bill to the Data Protection Act. So on the 3rd of August 2021, the government, through the Office of the Prime Minister, inviting stakeholders to come to a consultation to finalize the amendment to the Data Protection Act. I wouldn't bore you with the rest. I simply bring to your attention that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is either misrepresenting the facts, is either misleading this parliament. I would not go so far as to accuse the government of misrepresenting the truth. I wouldn't go that far. But, Mr. President, I am presenting to this Honorable Senate, and I'll ask you to have it circulated because I have copies. And I want all my senatorial colleagues to read it. It is entitled the Data Protection Amendment Bill 2021. Look, I have it here. It is here in my possession. I have it. I have it. I don't want to display it. I'm going to ask you to circulate it. When I say you, the Honorable President. Because everything that we were told in this debate is contained in this amendment. Look at here. The amendment bill that they are saying they have to develop, and they want 18 months to do so. They have already developed it. Look at here. I have it. Why is the government seeking to mislead the parliament? What is the objective? Nobody came here, including the Minister of Trade and the Attorney General, and told this parliament that there was a draft data amendment bill dated 2021. They never told us this. So, Mr. President, I don't want to keep you in suspense, and I don't want to keep my colleagues in suspense. I would like to ask, with your leave, if I can ask the clerk, through you, to circulate to my colleagues on the independent bench, my colleagues on the opposition bench, and to your good self, because the government already has this. They have it. I would like the clerk to circulate this whilst I'm speaking so they can follow the contents of this amendment. And, Mr. President, you see this old talk and mama guy about the General Data Protection Regulation that they want to update to bring us up to the European standards? The consultants did that. The consultant, as the Honorable Minister said, Trade and Industry, is a lady called Tira Green. She mentioned her name. There was a Queen's Council out of London that was part of the team, and they came up with this amendment bill. So why come to this parliament and mama guy and mislead our parliamentarians to tell us that you need more time to amend the law when you have already amended the law? Look, the law has been amended here.
Okay, Senator Leiter, I know that on the last occasion we had Senate sitting, I did indicate at the end of that sitting that there is no need for outbursts when members are making contributions. That holds true continually. So can I have silence in the chamber while the member is wrapping up? Continue, Senator Mark.
So, Mr. President, can I ask through you, the clerk, I'd like, if Madam Clerk can come, I have some copies. Madam Clerk, procedural clerk, I have some copies. I'd like to pass it on to you so that you can pass it on to my independent colleagues. Okay. So I have the copies here. So, Mr. President, the reason why I am very concerned about this, it is almost treacherous for a government to come to a parliament after 8 years of failing to proclaim the law and giving the impression to you, the Honorable President, and to us as members of the opposition and our independent colleagues, that they need to enhance, they need to upgrade, and therefore they need time to amend the law to bring it to the Parliament. When in 2021, by December of 2021, the government, Mr. President, had in its possession an amended law. Whether it is not the government, it is a draft legislation, and no draft legislation could be approved without the cabinet. But the question here that we have to ask, Mr. President, I am simply making the point that it is ludicrous to come and ask us for 18 months when you have an amended law. You have an amended law. You paid $70,000 US for this piece of work. You brought a Queen's Counsel out of the United Kingdom. And here's the finished product. So, Mr. President, I want to posit this evening that the government has an agenda. I want to posit this evening that this government has no intention whatsoever of proclaiming, operationalizing, and fully implementing the Data Protection Act with even amendments. They have no intentions. None. And when I made the point, and some colleagues and so on mentioned it, I talked about areas that were not proclaimed and they were proclaimed. Mr. President, what sense does it make to proclaim sections of the Data Protection Act and it has not been operationalized? It has not been implemented. We proclaim the data protection. No, we proclaim the section that deals with the data or the office or the information commissioner and all his powers and duties. But Mr. President, as we speak, there is no information commissioner. There is no information commissioner, even though this was proclaimed since 2011, 8 years ago. So in other words, what is the sense of proclaiming when you are not translating, you are not implementing, you are not operationalizing the legislation? What sense? Mr. President, I want to say that it was in 2018, Mr. President, it was in 2018, on the 16th of November of 2018, that the government of Trinidad and Tobago started its push to collect data on citizens of this country, knowing full well we had a Data Protection Act in place and sections of it were proclaimed, and they ought to have proclaimed all the other sections. They did not do it. But you know what the government did, Mr. President? They proceeded in a cabinet note dated November the 16th, 20 2018 to establish memoranda of agreement and non-disclosure agreements among government ministries, statutory authorities, and other legal entities, and the SSA. Let me just say it again. The SSA, the Strategic Services Agency. For what, Mr. President? The sharing and management of data to something called the National Fusion Center, National Operation Fusion Center. This was in 2018, after we had proclaimed sections of the Data Protection Act. The government, in the face of that act, sections being proclaimed, still used the cabinet to establish a National Operations Fusion Center with the SSA at the center, and they have a non-disclosure agreement. And to do what, Mr. President? To gather data. To gather data. And here the agencies that had to provide data to this National Operations Fusion Center, the Ministry of National Security and all its agencies, TT Defense Force, Police Service, Prison Service, Fire Service, Immigration Authority, Mr. President, the Fire Service. All of these agencies were asked to provide data to this fusion center. Here are the other agencies that had to provide data. And Mr. President, you know the definition of data. Go to the Data Protection Act, and it tells you what the definition of data is. It is as wide as it is broad. And these agencies, without any lawful authority, without any parliamentary approval of any legislation, they had the power, Mr. President, to collect data on you, me, and others. The entire Ministry of Finance, all employees of finance, including customs and excise, data to the Operations Fusion Center. And who is in charge of that? The Strategic Services Agency, the SSA. Here what the government did in 2018. They compelled the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of the Attorney General Office, the Ministry of Rural Development, the Ministry of Planning and Development, the Ministry of Works and Transport, Honorable Sinanan, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Imagine the judiciary. They told the judiciary, they compelled the judiciary to provide data to the SSA. And through the SSA, the Fusion Center. Why would the judiciary want to do that? Mr. President, you go to the House of Assembly, you go to TNTech, you go to the National NGC, you go to WASA, TSTT, Digicel, Flow, Green Dot, Port Authority, National Quarry, Downtown Merchants Association. All of these organizations were compelled to share data with the Strategic Services Agency under the rubric called National Operations Fusion Center. Mr. President, what were these agencies doing with my private and confidential data? Mr. President, this data protection law is so critical and vital. I said the last time I spoke, it's like the oxygen you need to breathe. Data is life. Data is like water. Mr. President, you know that if you want to buy a box of chicken and chips and you don't want to go buy KFC, you have to give them your name, your address, your telephone number. And when they send somebody in front of your house to deliver, what happens to that data after? Suppose somebody want to send a hit on you. What will happen? I'm just telling you, Mr. President, the importance of data, the vulnerability that people have. And when a government allows these agencies to share data from a cabinet perspective, where is my protection? Where is the protection for the workers? Where is the protection for the people? Who is using my data? How are they using my data? For what purpose? We don't know. And the government comes here. Senator Ahi told us that throughout the Caribbean, laws have been passed, and in less than 1 year, 1 year and a half, they have been proclaimed and operationalized in the Caribbean. Why in Trinidad and Tobago? It is almost 8 years after, Mr. President. 2011 proclaim. 11 and 9 is 20. 20 and 3 is 23. It's 12 years. And we are naked. Mr. President, we have no clothes. Because the government has made us naked. And they are able to access all our privacy. All our privacy is in the hands of the government. This is a dangerous, disturbing, troubling situation that we are facing in Trinidad and Tobago. So this data protection motion is not a simple thing for the government to come and say they want 18 months. 18 months to do what? To engage in more cyber surveillance of our people? To misuse data without any protection? No, you don't. Mr. President, let me deal with you, please. I don't want to deal with you. Yeah, Mr. President, I want to tell the Honorable Minister through you. I think she was a member of the cabinet of Patrick Manning. And I want to tell the Honorable Minister to remind her, go back to the 2 bills that you brought in 2009. I have them. A joint select committee was established. Mr. President, if you look at the bills, they are almost the same as what we have, with a few tinkering here and there. Why the government has not proclaimed and fully operationalized these pieces of legislation? Why? You know, Mr. President, you know why? They amended the Valuation Act recently through a finance bill to give the Commissioner of Valuation and others the right to access data without your consent from Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, from the Water and Sewerage Authority, from the Postal Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we reject completely any 18 months. In fact, I was extremely under pressure to even make the amendment of a year. Some people say, wait, Mark, you're going mad? By May, they should have this thing ready. Why are you giving them a year? And I go on to give it a year. And we are being told today by a government that has gone rogue. Imagine you are telling me process. Listen, Mr. President, if the UNC, when the UNC takes power, if you do not implement it, we will implement it within the shortest possible time. And Mr. President, that 18 months they are talking about, I am saying any serious government with legislation already passed, drafted, I have it here. They need only 5 months or less if they are serious. But they have ulterior motives. They have ulterior motives. It is the stuff that dictators are made up of. They want, Mr. President, to access your private information without any checks and balances. So they can go to TNTech right now and get your data. And you don't know, Mr. President, that they went and accessed your data. They can go to WASA and do the same thing. They can go to TT Post and do the same thing. And if I can do so, if the government can do so, Mr. President, without any checks and balances, without any amendment to the law, why would I want to do it immediately? Why would I want to do it in less than 5 months? No, give me 18 months. At one time, somebody said 15 months. When I said a year, and then to my shock and horror, I heard from the lips of the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, 18 months. I said, but this government gone mad. I mean, it's like give them 12 months. I shouldn't give them that. And you come to insult me and the people of this country and say, I want, and you know, next time, before you know it, they will not even touch it. So, Mr. President, I want to thank all my colleagues. You see the independent senators? I'm going to say, whether it's Senator Vieira, Senator C. Prasad, Senator Thompson Ahi, look, they have made their contributions. I respect their contribution. I think everybody's in line with trying to get this thing operationalized and implemented. But 18 months? 18 months? Is the government serious? Mr. President, I call for a compromise. We have 12 months. And I really bent backwards for 12 months. It should be 6 months. It should be just immediately. But in an effort to give and take, I say 12 months. Don't come and tell us 18 months. You're insulting us. You're insulting us. So I am calling on the government to withdraw this 18 months and let us look at a period of 6 months to 12 months to have this thing before this Parliament for approval. Proclamation, assented to, approved by the Parliament, operationalized and implemented. In closing, Mr. President, I think it was Senator Ahi, if I'm not mistaken, at her meeting, she raised the question about why do you have one person in charge of the data protection process? That is the Information Commissioner. Senator Ahi, you made that point during one of your hearings, and you were expressing concerns. Senator Ahi, through the Honorable President, in this act, Mr. President, or bill, draft, they have changed it from the commissioner to the commission. So they now have a commission. That is in the law. So they have gone and done away with the data or information commissioner, and that will now be overseen by, Mr. President, something called an information commission. So, Mr. President, I would like to thank you for allowing me to prosecute this matter. I think that it is worthy of the consideration of everyone for the protection of our lives, our property, our future. And I would like to call on the government to be more reasonable, not 18 months. Let us look at another period. Mr. President, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, I implore each and every one of you as I go through the next procedure to follow along closely as I treat with each of the proposed amendments as put forward by the various senators throughout the process of the debate. Senator Mark. I will first put the question on the proposed amendment. Honourable Senators, the question is that the motion be amended by Senator Damian Leiter as follows: deleting the word immediately at the resolution and inserting a new resolution after that resolution that reads, "And be it further resolved that the Senate call on the government to commit to proclamation of the Data Protection Act at the earliest possible date and in any event on or before December the 31st, 2023. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Division.
Mr. Armour?
No.
Ms. Gopi School?
No.
Mr. Sinana?
No.
Mr. Hussain?
No.
Ms. West? Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Ms. Cox?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Dr. Ibrahim? No. Mrs. Lazama Leasing? No. Mr. Hislop? No. Mr. Sukai?
No.
Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Mark? Yes. Ms. John?
Yes.
Ms. Lakshmi Diyal?
Yes.
Mr. Naked?
Yes.
Mr. Leiter?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Richards?
No.
Mr. Vera?
No.
Dr. Dayal Singh?
No.
Ms. Deonarayan?
No.
Ms. Sipasad?
No.
Mr. Timal?
No.
Mrs. Thompson Aye?
No.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. President, the result of the division is 8 members voted in favor of the motion, 22 against, and there were no abstentions.
Honourable Senators, the results of the division is as follows: 8 members for, 22 members against, and 0 abstentions. As a result, the proposed amendment as put forward by Senator Damian Leiter is not carried. Honourable Senators, the question is that the motion be amended by the Minister of Trade and Industry as follows: at the point of the resolution, delete the word immediately and substitute the words within 18 months. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. I shall now, the proposed motion as put forward by the Minister of Trade has been carried. As such, Honourable Senators, I shall now put the question as follows: whereas it is provided by Section 1(2) of the Data Protection Act 2011 that the Act shall come into operation on such day as is fixed by the President by proclamation, and whereas Part 1 and Section 7 to 18, 22, 23, 25, 1, 26, and 28 of the Act were operationalized on January 6, 2012, and Section 42A and B were operationalized on August 20, 2021. And whereas there are other sections of the Act that offer the necessary checks and balances in safeguarding the personal data information of every citizen, be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to, within 18 months, proclaim the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act and in the process ensure the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental right to privacy. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No division.
Ms. Gopi Schoon,
Yes.
Mr. Amo,
Yes.
Mr. Sinanan, Mr. Hussein, Ms. West,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus,
Yes.
Mr. Singh,
Yes.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Sukla,
Yes.
Dr. Ibrahim,
Yes.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh,
Yes.
Mr. Hislop,
Yes.
Mr. Sukai,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mr. Mark, Ms. John,
No.
Ms. Lakshmi Diyal,
No.
Mr. Nakid,
No.
Mr. Lider,
No.
Mr. Roberts,
No.
Mr. Richards,
Yes.
Mr. Vieira,
Yes.
Dr. Dayal Singh,
Yes.
Ms. Deonarain,
Yes.
Ms. Sipasad,
Yes.
Mr. Timal,
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson Ahi,
Yes.
Dr. Dylan Remy, Mr. Welch,
Yes.
Mr. President, the result of the division is as follows. 23 members voted in favor of, 7 against, there were 0 abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the results of the division is as follows. 23 members voted for, 7 members voted against, and there were 0 abstentions. As a result, the motion is carried. Honorable Senators, before I move on to the next motion on the order paper, permit me to suspend this sitting for approximately 5 minutes. As such, the Senate now stands suspended for 5 minutes. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas on April the 24th, 2018, the Senate unanimously approved a resolution calling on the government, and I quote, to introduce legislation on parliamentary autonomy during the fourth session of the 11th Parliament, and have same referred to a joint select committee of Parliament for consideration and report before the end of the fourth session of the 11th Parliament, end of quote. And whereas on February the 12th, 2019, in the Senate, the Attorney General committed to making best efforts to have legislation on parliamentary autonomy introduced in the fourth session of the 11th Parliament. And whereas to date, the government has not presented to Parliament a legislative framework on parliamentary autonomy, be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to reaffirm its commitment to introduce a legislative framework on parliamentary autonomy, and be it further resolved that the Senate call on the government to introduce in Parliament within 3 months a bill on parliamentary autonomy and have same referred to a joint select committee of Parliament for consideration and report. Mr. President, structured within the framework of our Republican Constitution is the principle of the separation of powers. It is a well-established Montesquieu's project, concept, and position that if you have the three organs of state, namely the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive in one person, it will lead to tyranny. It will lead to unfettered dictatorship. That is why Louis XIV of France lost his head. He was beheaded. You remember the famous statement, Mr. President, from Louis XIV? He said, "I am the state, and the state is me." He embodied the three organs of the state: legislative, judicial, and executive. Mr. President, it is not telling tales out of school. That we in Trinidad and Tobago, since 1998, when the UNC was in office, have been attempting to bring into existence a new structure for the management of our parliament. We were not successful in that period. And then come 2010, 2015, efforts were made to bring about independence for the parliament. And I will demonstrate as I proceed. When we talk about independence, when we talk about parliamentary autonomy, what are the concepts? What are the powers, roles, and duties we are placing on the shoulders or on this body called the legislature or the parliament? So, Mr. President, the former Prime Minister, who has now passed on to the great beyond, Mr. Patrick Manning, attended a very important conference in Abuja, Nigeria, in 2003. And arising out of that Heads of Commonwealth Conference, they agreed, Mr. Vice President, that is the heads of government and the Honorable former Prime Minister, Patrick Manning, signed that document. And one of the things that they had to agree to was a set of principles for the enhancement, elevation, and advancement of parliamentary democracy. And the document, which is now in the form of a handbook, called the Latimer House Principles, emerged. And that Latimer House Principles clearly outlined that the Parliament, the judiciary, and the executive must be separate and apart. Of course, there will be interlinkages. There will be relationships, but there must be separation in the context of understanding the principle of the powers of separation. So what happened is that a policy was proposed for parliamentary autonomy. It was adopted. And then from its adoption, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, emerged stakeholder meetings. But before we reach the stakeholder meetings, from the proposal, which is the policy, in 2014-2015, a bill was formulated known as the Houses of Parliament Service Authority Bill. That bill set out to give to the Parliament full autonomy. That bill was referred to a joint select committee. 2015 came, the Parliament had to be dissolved, the work was saved, and it was hoped that it would be passed on to the incoming Parliament or the next Parliament. Well, the rest is history. In 2016, I took the opportunity as a member of the opposition to continue the struggle. Because, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I want to say to this honorable House that for democracy, for Parliament to be strong, if Parliament is not strong, if Parliament is not independent, if Parliament is not autonomous, democracy will be undermined. Democracy will be subverted. Democracy will be compromised. So a stronger Parliament means a richer democracy for our country. There's a link between Parliament and democracy within the framework of the parliamentary system as we know it in the British Commonwealth. So we have been struggling for the last 25 years to establish parliamentary autonomy in Trinidad and Tobago. We have been struggling to have a more independent legislature so it can make its own decisions. And this is not something that we alone support. In the PNM's manifesto for 2015, I don't have the manifesto before me, but in their manifesto, they made it very clear that they are committed to not only parliamentary autonomy, but judicial autonomy. So the government or the party at that time was seeking to translate the principles of the separation of powers into practical operations. And hence the reason the government, brought their manifesto and they adopted it as policy at the cabinet level. And it was then tabled in the both houses of Parliament. So we are talking about the Latima House principles. We are talking about the government adopting as policy its manifesto, which spoke to autonomy for Parliament and for the judiciary. We are talking about the Caribbean, Americas, the CAA. That is the grouping that we belong to. And in that grouping, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, benchmarks were established. And one of the benchmarks that was established is for us to establish corporate bodies to run the Parliament and to have our Parliament independent in its operations. That was agreed to by all the parliaments of the Caribbean and the Americas. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I was a bit disturbed. I thought it was very disrespectful, contemptuous to this Parliament when, Mr. President, we all agreed. Mr. President, we all agreed. We agreed on April the 24th, 2018. All government members, all opposition members, all independent senators agreed, Mr. Vice President, that we must have parliamentary autonomy. Everybody agreed. There was no equivocation or ambiguity on this issue. And I was so disappointed that when it was passed, 8.5 months later, no action was taken by the cabinet to effect the agreement And then to have the former Attorney General on record as making some very unfortunate remarks in his contribution on a motion that I raised on the 12th of the, I should say, I raised this motion on the 2nd of December 2019. And literally the motion was dismissed. And all I was asking, Mr. Vice President, was when was the government going to honor its commitment to the Parliament to effect parliamentary autonomy? And I don't want to say PNM means promises never materialize, but it appears that PNM means really promises never materialize. Because how can you come, Mr. Vice President, in the Senate and give an undertaking by voting for parliamentary autonomy, and then 8 months later you dismiss it and say, why you didn't implement it? You were, the People's Partnership was in office for 5 years. But that wasn't the agreement, Mr. Vice President. So here I am in 2023. After raising it in 16, raising it in 17, getting through with it in 18, brought it back on the agenda in 19, brought it back on the agenda in 20, I brought it back on the agenda in 21, in 22, it is here, asking the government to honor its commitment to parliamentary autonomy in Trinidad and Tobago. That's all this motion is asking the government to do, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me explain what parliamentary autonomy means, so that you and our senators and the viewing public would have an understanding of what we are trying to accomplish in our parliament. I go to page 5, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, on the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider the legislative proposal entitled the Draft Houses of Parliament Service Authority Bill 2014. And on page 5 of this report, which is on our website, it says parliamentary autonomy should be viewed not solely in terms of separation, but rather recalibration of the existing relationships between the executive and the legislature based on the underlying evolution in Parliament and state maturity. What are the basic requirements of parliamentary autonomy? It includes the following. Parliament should be served by a professional staff independent of the public service. So that's the first feature of parliamentary autonomy. We already have a professional staff. I have to take my hat off to the parliamentary staff. They are professional. They are hardworking. They are consistent. They provide help to everyone, regardless of the color or complexion of your party. That is what they are here for. So we already have a professional parliamentary staff. What we are saying is that we must go a step further. They must be outside of the public service so that they can have greater opportunities for mobility. Mobility is very slow, as you know, in some respects. So that is one of the areas. The second area, Mr. Vice President, is that adequate resources should be provided to government and non-government backbenchers in order to improve parliamentary impact, and should include provisions of the following: training for new members, secretarial office, library, and research facilities, and drafting assistance, including private members' bill. And the last area I want to just touch on briefly is an all-party committee of Parliament should review and administer Parliament's budget, which should not be subject to amendment by the executive. So when we talk about parliamentary autonomy, we are talking about the ability of the Parliament to recruit its own staff, to pay its own staff, to promote its own staff, to use meritocracy as the basis for advancement of the staff. When we talk about parliamentary autonomy, we are talking about a parliamentary commission, as what they have in London, the UK, headed by the Speaker, who is the chairman of the commission. And that commission is made up, Mr. Vice President, of members of the opposition, members of the government, and in this instance, it will be members of the independent bench. And most importantly, the Minister of Finance must be on that commission. And the reason why the Minister of Finance must be on that commission is because when we, through our clerk, debate our estimates, which is drawn up by our clerk and sent to our members, and I want to say, Mr. Vice President, the estimates for the Parliament are discussed by the members of Parliament. But the clerk is the conduit to that process in terms of sending it to the Minister of Finance. So the first leg, we meet, Mr. Vice President, through the clerk, we have the estimates, and we debate it. When we debate that, and we say we need $500 million to run our parliament, maybe that might represent 0.00023% of our budget. But that is what we would have agreed to. There will be a debate, and all of us will agree to our budget. And when we agree to our budget, Mr. Vice President, the clerk sends that budget to the Minister of Finance, who sits as a member of the Parliamentary Commission, chaired by the Speaker. Not a full stop, not a comma, not a cent could be removed once we agree here. Right now, Mr. Vice President, the Parliament is viewed as a department of the Ministry of Finance. We are lucky so far that we don't have a Minister of Finance holding back on releases to the Parliament. But how long can that go on for, Mr. Vice President? We want certainty, we want predictability, and we want the parliament to be financially independent. That is what parliamentary autonomy is about. We having the power. You know, the Tobago House of Assembly has more power than the parliament. You know they get their monies in block every quarter. The clerk of our house have to go to the Minister of Finance to get releases, to pay people in this parliament. And if you have a vindictive Minister of Finance, we don't have that right now. But if we get one, what is happening? In Tobago, releases quarterly in block. You know Tobago House of Assembly employ their own staff. The Tobago House of Assembly, sir. But we cannot, as a parliament, employ our own staff. We have to get permission and releases. Mr. Vice President, if you, Honorable Vice President, or Senator Vieira, or Honorable Sinanan, has to travel on parliamentary business, to go New Zealand, to go America, to go Australia, I, as a former speaker, can tell you how it is done. You have to get a note prepared by the clerk. I have to sign off that note as the former speaker. And the note goes to the cabinet. And the cabinet decides if Senator Vieira can travel. The cabinet has to decide if the Honorable Sinanan can travel. The cabinet has to decide if the Honorable Vice President could travel. But look how unusual our situation is. The executive is the cabinet. The executive is the policy-making body in this country. They meet religiously on a Thursday. You think anybody could tell the executive from the parliament they can't travel? The executive determines who will travel and where they will travel and when they will travel. So why is the executive telling an independent organ of the state that for you to travel, you must get my express permission? And if you don't get my express permission, you can't travel. I just draw this as an example to show you, Mr. Vice President, that the Parliament is in the back pocket of the executive. And that is why we haven't met here for about 4 weeks. We do not, organizationally, we are not in charge of the House. The executive is in charge of the House through the through the leader of government business. And they determine when we meet and when we don't meet. You think we could tell the Prime Minister, who is head of the cabinet, when to meet and when not to meet? He meets religiously on a Thursday. But when we are supposed to do the people's work, the leader of government business tells us we adjourn to a date to be fixed. And it could be a month, it could be 2 weeks, it could be 3 weeks. That is what passes for the separation of powers. That is what passes, Mr. Vice President, for the independence of our parliament. Our parliament has been hijacked by the executive arm of the state. And we have to bring this thing to an end. We must be able to revolutionize how we do business in our parliament and not depend on the good graces or wishes of the government. Look, Mr. Vice President, in the Congress of the United States, in the German Bundestag, you know they have research facilities there where you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in research. When you as a parliamentarian in that German parliament have to make a contribution, man, you will believe you're a scientist because they employ scientists in the research unit. We don't have that. I'm not saying we have to be like the Germans, but we must have the capacity to have quality within our system. I have to compliment the staff of our parliament because they try their best. They try their best. We have a library here. If you go to the Library of Congress, I'm not saying that, our library is not good. We have a very good library given our circumstances, but we have to improve that. So research is very important. We have to have resources allocated for research. But you cannot go, you could imagine, we get a budget of 125, 130 million, and if there's a cut, they cut in we too? We have a cut too? No, we must have independence. We must have autonomy. And I am arguing, and I will go on fighting, defending the independence of our parliament. I've been in this place for a few years, and I would like, Mr. Vice President, to see this parliament become autonomous, become independent. And what I'm saying, we reach this close. We reached this close, Mr. Vice President, and then the government reneged. The government reneged. And up to now, we can't get a proper reason for why the government reneged on it. And it could only be one reason. The government wishes to be in charge of the parliament through what goes on here. They want to maintain the status quo. When I became Speaker, Honorable Vice President, we had standing orders dating back to 1961. In our standing orders, Honorable Vice President, we had the term Governor General. We had Her Majesty, the Queen. Mr. Vice President, if we did not make changes to our standing orders in 2014, we would have still had the 1961 standing orders before us. So I'm saying, Mr. Vice President, we have to revolutionize how we do business in our parliament. So, Mr. Vice President, I have before me a bill. So the government doesn't have to reinvent things, Mr. Vice President. The bill has been drafted. We have had some consultations, but yes, let us have some further consultations. But let us refer this bill to a joint select committee. And that is what this motion is about. It is about calling on the government to refer this matter, which is the Houses of Parliament Service Authority Bill, to a joint select committee for consideration and report. And within a few months thereafter, debate that report, pass the legislation, approve the legislation, and operationalize the law so we can become an independent, autonomous parliament. Mr. Vice President, corporate bodies exist in many parliaments today. So we are not new to it. Mr. Vice President, we must recruit the best. We must pay the best. We must retain the best. But we can only do so if we are in charge. You can't be dependent on the CPO to pay our professionals here. We must have a team of people here, a professional team who will recruit, who will interview, recruit people and salaries and so on will be determined in a proper way. So we need to have these corporate bodies with the power to secure budgetary requirements without any interference from the government. The government has no business in our operations here. There's a relationship, but don't I wreck us? So, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I'm saying that a Parliament corporate body must be responsible for providing the necessary financial and human resources for the organization called the Parliament. An officer responsible for accounting for the financial resources provided by this body, which is called the corporate body, for the parliamentary service, and an independent auditing arrangement. So these are some of the elements that we are talking about. We could always tweak these things. So, Mr. Vice President, I don't want to reinvent nothing. The information is there for all to see, to read, to analyze, to study. We are calling on our Senate and our Parliament, the both houses of Parliament, to agree to parliamentary autonomy, both from an administrative point of view and a financial point of view. I don't appreciate and I do not support, Mr. Vice President, this kind of arrangement that we have at the moment. And within the framework of a parliamentary democracy where there's autonomy, we have to promote a culture of accountability, transparency, and high ethics in all aspects of our parliamentary administration. So we have to be committed to accountability. We have to be committed to transparency. And we have to promote high ethics in the process, Mr. Vice President. So I have reintroduced this motion to get or to solicit once more the support of the government and my independent colleagues who have already gone on record as supporting autonomy, as well as the government. So we don't have to spend too much time in debating this private member's motion. We can go on to some other subject matter. But I cannot conclude my contribution without talking about the Parliamentary Budget Office. Mr. Vice President, there's a concept called the Parliamentary Budget Office. You see, in the United States Congress, there is something called the Congressional Budget Office. They employ the brightest the best. They are under congressional control, but they are independent. And they have the brightest you can think about. They pay them the best. And when I tell you, Mr. Vice President, they get the best out of them. So when a congressman debating a budget in the House of Representatives or in the Senate.
Senator Mark, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. The quality of his contribution, the depth of his contribution, the quality and depth is everybody can see it and hear it and feel it. You know why? Their staff from the budget office provide them with the most sophisticated, up-to-date information in an objective, professional manner. Look, we have been in this parliament for different periods of time, and independent senators and opposition senators and senators on the PNM backbench. Well, of course, they might get some help from ministers. But I'm talking about us. Mr. Vice President, we have to go and do our own research. Sometimes you have to go and pay somebody to help you do research. How can you expect quality? And look, man, we do our best. We give our best. But, Mr. President, we are undermined because we don't have the facility in our parliament to help us. Not to mention, not a senator has a personal assistant, on the backbench here, It's one man, one woman, demolition squads. They do everything for themselves. Who happen to be a lawyer like Senator Vieira might depend on his own personal staff to help him. But what about us who are not lawyers? We have to do it on our own, Mr. Vice President. I am saying that the Parliament is not being given its proper place in our country and the role that we perform. Imagine a budget of close to $60 billion that we have to debate, and we can't have a personal assistant to help us. And we are talking about we are in democracy and we are separation of powers. Mr. Vice President, I hope that we don't have to take 10 days or we don't have to take 10 months to just agree on something that we have already agreed upon. Parliamentary autonomy is fundamentally important for the progress of the nation of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, in closing, when we speak in this parliament, and if we have the quality support, I'm not saying we don't have support, we have support, but we need to embellish that. It would be down to the interest of the nation. So, Mr. Vice President, I know this thing like the back of my hands. That's why I can speak without notes. Because I've been at this thing for the last almost a decade. Preaching, employing, encouraging, trying to get the government to agree and to effect the implementation and the operationalization of parliamentary autonomy through the appropriate legislation, which is already there on the books. When I say the books, it is there in a report, rather. So, Mr. Vice President, I have said enough on this matter. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce this matter, this motion rather. It is vital for our democracy. I close by saying, Mr. Vice President, a strong parliament means a very rich democracy. If we have a strong parliament, and in closing, I have always advocated the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House should be elected by a 3/5 majority. Not no simple majority. We have to amend the Constitution to allow the Speaker and the President to be elected by a 3/5 majority. That will give us the opportunity to negotiate and get the best person to occupy the chair, so that nobody will be accusing me or you or any other person who occupies that chair of being this and that and the other. Let us make sure in the future we take charge of our Parliament and we give the Parliament the power that it's supposed to have as envisaged under the Constitution. I beg to move, Mr. President.
I reserve the right to speak at a later time.
The motion has been seconded by Senator John. Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is, whereas on April 24th, 2018, the Senate unanimously approved a resolution calling on the government, open quotations, to introduce legislation on parliamentary autonomy during the 4th session of the 11th Parliament, and have same referred to a joint select committee of Parliament for consideration and report before the end of the 4th session of the 11th Parliament. And whereas on February the 12th, 2019, in the Senate, the Attorney General committed to making best efforts to have legislation on parliamentary autonomy introduced in the 4th session of the 11th Parliament. And whereas to date, the government has not presented to the Parliament a legislative framework on parliamentary autonomy, be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to reaffirm its commitment to introduce a legislative framework on parliamentary autonomy, and be it further resolved that the Senate call on the government to introduce in Parliament within 3 months a bill on parliamentary autonomy and have same referred to a joint select committee of Parliament for consideration and report. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address this august House on behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the issue of introducing legislation on the concept of parliamentary autonomy. And may I say from the outset, as I begin these brief remarks, that Senator Mark, who has piloted this motion today, has the advantage on me, and I will acknowledge that immediately. He ended by referring to his decade of having been speaking to this point. And when one looks at the timeline of the discussion that has been taking place on this subject, it is quite clear that it is a subject that has already involved considerable research, a subject which has already involved considerable discussion, and indeed stakeholder consultation. And if for no other reason, Mr. Vice President, that fact alone recommends that, notwithstanding the fact of the length over which the discussion has been taking place, given the importance of the concept of parliamentary autonomy, and given the central and pivotal importance of the Parliament to a thriving democracy to serve the people of this country. We must be careful to ensure that we engage the discussion in depth, meaningfully, and are satisfied at the end of the process that we are truly going to evolve and help to develop the deepening of our parliamentary autonomy in terms which will produce significant benefits for the citizenry of this country. And I make those prefatory remarks to signal that I do not think that in the limited time we will have this afternoon, I could do justice to a subject as important as this. And particularly when I began my research on the subject and I looked at the timeline of the discussion that has been ongoing since 1997 in this House, it is certainly a subject that I look forward to embracing and returning to with careful thought and careful research, not least of which will be the Latimer House principles, which are central to the discussion, but are not, in the final analysis, the only authority on as important a subject as this. Mr. Vice President, this government's support for the development of a comprehensive and well thought through policy towards building on and deepening our Parliament's institutional framework within the context of and the concept of parliamentary autonomy has been put on the record in this Honourable House by our colleague, the late Senator, the Honourable Franklin Cann, in his Senate submission on the 28th of June 2016, where he indicated that the legislation under consideration should include a parliamentary service authority in the form of a body corporate and an authority board with appropriate membership, including members of the opposition, the independent bench, and the government. He spoke to vesting the authority with land, property, rights, assets, and obligations of the department. He spoke as well to the powers and functions for the authority, enabling it to fulfill its policy objectives. He spoke to the office of the Clerk of the House, being appointed by the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. And he spoke to the creation of a House of Parliament Service Authority Fund, a point which I am certain Senator Mark would agree with in his latter remarks towards the end of his contribution today in speaking to the financial wherewithal by which the Parliament manages its affairs. And I go on record to acknowledge the contribution of our late colleague, Senator Franklin Cann, both by way of acknowledging the richness of his contribution then and the indelible contribution that persons of the ilk and quality of Senator Cann have brought to enriching the fulsome and ample authority of this House. Mr. Vice President, we have seen in the debates and the discussions that have taken place that the process for reforming the administrative structure of the Parliament is a long-standing one, which dates back in Trinidad and Tobago as far as 1997, when a report of the House of Committee of the House of Representatives identified a need for organizational change for the Parliament, which had remained largely unaltered since independence at 1962. The Houses of Parliament Service Authority Bill 2014 was laid as a paper in the House of Representatives on February 14, 2014. A joint select committee of Parliament was established to consider and report on legislative proposal entitled the Draft Houses of Parliament Service Authority Bill 2014. We have seen, Mr. Vice President, in addition, the debates and contributions of distinguished members, ministers, and members of this Senate, where in the year 2014, the Draft Houses Parliament Bill was referred to that joint select committee, along with a number of reports and recommendations of the Joint Select Committee established in the year 2000. And when we look at the timeline, Mr. Vice President, of the events which have taken place in the Parliament, we can see that in the 2013-2014 session of the 10th Parliament, that Joint Select Committee was appointed then to report no later than May 31st, 2014. By a report dated the 25th of July, 2014, the committee recommended that a new committee be established to continue the work undertaken and to adopt submissions received. In the 2014-2015 session of the 10th Parliament, another joint select committee was established with the same mandate. And as a consequence, a committee was established on November the 7th, 2014, with terms of reference to consider the legislative proposal entitled the Draft Legislative Proposal for the Houses of Parliament Service Authority Bill 2014. On December 9th, 2014, the Joint Select Committee met with Dr. John Patterson, I beg your pardon, a parliamentary expert on governance, who was engaged by the United Nations Development Programme in consultation with the Office of the Parliament to assist in advancing the process of functional autonomy of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. On December the 12th, 2014, a committee approved a pre-policy paper entitled Towards an Independent Parliament, Ensuring Parliament's Functional Autonomy. That paper was circulated, and I touched on it at the beginning, to a wide range of stakeholders, including the media, members of the House of Representatives, and the Senate, political parties, staff of the Office of the Parliament, national trade union groups, and civil society groups. On December 16th, 2014, the pre-policy paper was launched and invitations for inputs from a wide cross-section of the population was requested. The committee agreed to a deadline for submission of January 20th, 2015. But on 23rd of January 2015, the committee agreed to extend the deadline to February 6, 2015 to allow for further feedback. All of this speaking to the central importance that the Parliament has placed on the subject which Senator Mark has engaged us on today in his motion. On the 29th of May 2015, the committee discussed a policy document and a preliminary report on appropriate recommendations on parliamentary autonomy in Trinidad and Tobago, which was prepared by Dr. Patterson. In 2015, it was presented in the Senate on June 10th, 2015, and in the House on June 12th, 2015. The Joint Select Committee, Mr. President, was unable to complete its work before the prorogation of the 10th Parliament and its ultimate dissolution. By Cabinet Note, July 4th, 2018, a legislative proposal together with a draft Houses of Parliament Service Authority Bill was submitted to Cabinet for its consideration, with a recommendation that the bill be introduced in Parliament and referred to a joint select committee. I chronicle this narrative of the timeline to emphasize the point, which to me is centrally important, that significant work has gone into examining a subject which I think, without fear of contradiction, every member of this Senate will consider to be an important subject of conversation, a subject of conversation which requires in-depth consideration and careful and detailed analysis.
Both Senators Mark and Senator Richards, I now beg to move that the Senate do adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Mark.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, almost about 4 months ago, I think it was November the 5th, 2022, a ceiling or part of the ceiling of the House of Representatives collapsed. Fortunately, it was on a Saturday, and no one was sitting on that opposition chair where that particular piece of plaster Paris or that piece of the ceiling fell at that material time. Had Parliament been in session, one member of Parliament might have been hospitalized, might have been injured. We don't know. Since then to now, we have been getting promises after promises from UDCOT. UDCOT, along with the Prime Minister's office, were responsible for the construction of almost $500 million worth of investment in the rehabilitation, Mr. President, of this building called the Parliament. And every time UDCOT chairman speaks, he says within 26 days of this event, which took place on the 5th of November. So by the 15th or the 16th of December, 2022, the roof was supposed to be completed. Mr. President, it is shameful that after close to November, December, January, February, March, close to 5 months, a parliament that cost us close to $500 million have to be settled for its deliberation in one chamber, which is our chamber. And the government is silent. The chairman of UDCOT is silent. No word. You see, in another jurisdiction, that chairman would have been fired. But in Trinidad and Tobago, anything goes. I am concerned about where we are. The structural integrity of the building needs to be examined, and we need to get a proper report on the safety of this building. Because it was the House of Representatives yesterday Tomorrow it might be the Senate. And up to now, Mr. President, no report. No report. The Prime Minister hijacked. The Parliament was supposed to be constructed by the Parliament and not the Prime Minister's office. They took the project, Utica took over. December of 2021, Senator Cox, Honorable Minister Cox was speaking right here. And then water started to fall on her. Leaking roof. Then there was a major set of rain the year before. Place leaking all over the place. Like a strainer. And then the latest episode, the roof come true. Well, of course, he said, Mr. President, air conditioning, right, caused the problem. Because of that air condition process, water was leaking, and it started plaster Paris, and the rest is history. Mr. Vice President, I have raised this matter, and I want to serve notice on this government, I will raise this matter until that roof is repaired, a proper report is given by the Health and Safety Department, OSH. We will raise this matter until they complete our job. Mr. President, there is no excuse whatsoever for something like what happened there on the 5th of November not to have been repaired to the satisfaction of the Parliament. And when I talk about the Parliament, I'm talking about the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the Clerk. To start, they must be satisfied that whatever is done fits the bill and is fit for purpose. And the safety and well-being and health of our members and staff and police officers could be guaranteed. So, Mr. President, sorry. It hurts me. I'm not happy to raise this matter because this is a building that we are all proud of. We spent $500 million on it almost. And we shouldn't be having these problems that we are having today. And therefore, UDCOT must come clean and tell us if there's a bigger problem. The earthquake took place, but the damage is up here. We don't know. That is why we need a proper structural analysis of the integrity of the structure. Because I could be standing here and my colleague sitting there and something collapses. What happens? Who will take responsibility for that? So these are issues, Mr. President, I am raising to get the government to act. Let UDCOT, that employed so many different contractors to repair this red house, give account. We need accountability. And that is why I've raised this matter today, so that we could get some clarification, we could get a status report, and we want a definitive timeline as to when the members of the House of Representatives who are squatting, I say squatting in inverted commas, because the reason why we have two houses is because one is for the Senate and one is for the House. But when the House have to come in the Senate, we have to take action to repair that building, that roof. So, Mr. President, I call on the government to account. I call on the government to give us a status report on the state of repair of the roof, the ceiling, And we want to know definitively when will it be repaired. When would our members of the House of Representatives be able to resume in their House of Representatives? That is what we want to get from the government today, a status report on the state of that repair of the ceiling in the House of Representatives. That's the only reason why I raised it, a status report. But a serving notice and a given warning. Move, get this thing done, report to this parliament quickly, or else I'm coming back again. I ain't giving up until the roof is repaired and members of the House resume. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are all very pleased and proud of this very august place, which is the seat of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And I think it's an absolute privilege to be here and to serve, to be able to serve this country in this restored building, which was first constructed many years ago in 1844. And let me remind this Honourable House that it's the PNM government which was able to complete the restoration of this very fine building. But Senator Mark, we know what the issue is, and I'm pleased to be able to provide a response and some timelines. So the issue is that on November the 5th, 2022, a small section of the North Chamber's decorative molding became detached from the chamber ceiling, and the separation was as a result of the occurrence of condensation within the attic space. And so UDECOT would have gotten to work quite very quickly, and consultants for the project, along with the air conditioning contractor, they were instructed to complete an assessment of the existing conditions with the purpose of recommending a definite solution to the problem. So that a site visit was done, a joint site visit to the North Chamber attic, and this is on November 8th, immediately, very soon after November 5th, when the incident occurred. All of the stakeholder representatives were in attendance, and coming out of the visit, the consultant, via their report dated November the 11th, 2022, recommended that particular work be undertaken in order to treat with the condensation problem within the North Chamber attic space. So the duct work joints were examined, and the existing compromised external fiberglass insulation was removed and replaced with flexible closed cell elastometric thermal insulation. And there was a need for a repurposing to supply cool air into the northern chamber space to assist in alleviating the conditions that caused the condensation on the ductwork in the first place. So that on-site ductwork repairs approximately 85% complete at this time. And it is important to note that all sections of the ductwork repairs have been inspected and they have been approved by the consultant, and the related inspection reports thus far have been prepared. There is still the remaining ductwork repairs to be done, and these works are to be completed by April 7th, 2023. All of the insulation material required to complete the entire North Chamber has been manufactured, and the anticipated delivery date to Trinidad is April 7th, 2023. The re-insulation works will commence thereafter and be completed within 15 calendar days. There will be regular inspections by the consultant, and efforts are being made to complete the re-insulating works no later than April 22nd, 2023. and nearing the completion of the air conditioning works and the installation of additional ceiling supports and any other fixes. All of these will be performed by the restoration contractor at no cost to the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is expected that all of these works will be completed within an additional 7 days, that being by April 28th, 2023. And it is also that a structural engineering consultancy firm will be responsible for conducting an assessment of the ceiling. Thereafter, and this inspection would comprise a thorough and careful examination and testing of the structural and decorative ceiling elements. And subsequent to all of that, the North Chamber will be handed over to the Office of the Parliament, and the proposed date is by April 29th, 2023. And meanwhile, we continue to share the premises with our colleagues of the House of Representatives. It's not going to be long again, but I think we can easily live with the situation that is presented to us. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the second matter on a motion for the adjournment deals with the failure of the government to properly address claims that US $10 million in the name of the National Energy Corporation went missing from the company's First Citizens Bank account. Mr. President, may I jog your memory? You would recall it was on the 28th of February 2022. The Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, the Honorable Stuart Young, in responding to a question number 33, dealing with Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, the Prime Minister receiving a donation which turned out to be a fraudulent attempt by somebody to mislead the Prime Minister. The Honorable Minister, in responding to supplemental questions, when I posed it, stated, and this is a handed copy on page 4 of this response, he stated, and I quote, "But I do use this opportunity to remind the population that during the period 2010 to 2015, there were a number of instances, and one comes to mind, where fraud was perpetrated on the population of Trinidad and Tobago to the sum of about US $10 million under the Kamla Prasad Bisasa-led government at the time, with the NGC group." It goes on. "And I believe it was NE, which is the National Energy Corporation, at the time, through the FCB Bank, where 10 million US of our money disappeared. And most importantly, Mr. President, and to date has never been able to be recovered." That is what the Honorable Minister said. He said it has never been able to be recovered. This is the 28th, right, of February 2023. I did my research on this matter, and I have before me a copy of Loop News. Loop News, dated, I want you to pay attention to the date, Honorable President, August the 10th, 2017. The data? August the 10th, 2017. The minister comes to this parliament, tells the whole country, puts on the Hansard record that the Kamla Prasad Bisasa administration During its administration, lots of fraud. NEC, 10 million, never recovered, according to the minister. Let me read for the record what is the fact, or what are the facts in this matter, according to this newspaper. And there has been no denial, because the release came from the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. So if anybody's supposed to know the truth, it's the minister in this issue. Let me read for you, Mr. President. According, the National Energy Corporation recovered almost $4 million from an illegal wire transfer, which was sent to a recipient in Dubai in September of 2011. Now, this is in 2017. They recovered the money, which was the last leg of the relay race, in September 2011. According to a statement issued by the Ministry, Mr. President, of Energy and Energy Industries, the recovery was the result of collaboration between Dubai-based attorneys and the executive of the NEC. The ministry said criminal and civil proceedings were also initiated against recipients in Dubai by the NEC and the Dubai authorities, which led to the recipient being sentenced to 3 years imprisonment by the Dubai courts. So the money was discovered, the man was sentenced by the Dubai authorities. It goes on. Following civil proceedings, which were successfully completed, the sum of US 3.562.566.62 million US, approximately 23 million TT, was returned to the company's account on August the 3rd, 2017. This was returned to the company's account on August the 3rd, 2017. Mr. President, the ministry said that the company initially discovered in September 2011 that its US dollars account at First Citizens Bank had been debited in the amount of US 9.608995.41, or approximately 64 million TT, right? The company said there were 3 wire transfers, right? 3 from the NEC's account that had not been instructed by the company in terms of movement. Here where the money went, Mr. President: Boston, Antigua, and Dubai. US 4.633 million, which had been wired to an account in Antigua, were recovered in October 2011, as the funds had not yet reached the recipient bank account. So the one that they sent to Antigua never reached Antigua, and it was recovered $4 million US. That was in 2011. And following this, mediation proceedings began.
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
The Boston recipient, NEC, and First Citizens, and they recovered $912,000 US, given, and that was a total out of a total of 1.25. Mr. Vice President, the minister came to this parliament and told an untruth. He misled this parliament. He misrepresented the facts. He ought to have known this came from his ministry. I am giving him the opportunity today to apologize, not only to the Parliament, but to you and to the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisasa, because he gave the impression that fraud was committed under her administration. If he does not do that, I reserve the right, given the evidence I have before me, to take other steps to ensure that this kind of situation never occurs in our Parliament again. This is unacceptable. The minister misled the Parliament. He literally lied. Let me withdraw that word. He literally misled the Parliament, and therefore he must be held accountable for it. And if he does not apologize, I will take action, further action on this matter. Mr. President, I thank you.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see Senator Mark has begun to ask his own questions and then proceed to give his own answers. Let me shed some light on this issue, Mr. President. In September of 2011, early in the former UNC government's tenure, illegal wire transfers were made to 3 separate entities from National Energy Corporation's, or NEC's, USD bank account at state-owned First Citizens Bank. These 3 wire transfers were not requested or authorized by the NEC, and the recipient banks that were used for the fraudulent transfer of taxpayers' funds were located in Boston, USA, Antigua, and Dubai. These illegal wire transfers totaled $9,608,995 US, or approximately 65.34 million TT dollars. To date, due to the continued efforts of successive PNM governments, $9,073,438 US, or approximately 61.7 million TT dollars, have been recovered. That is to say, Mr. President, almost all of the funds have been recovered. In other words, the money was stolen under the UNC and recovered under the PNM. The recovery was achieved through the assistance of internationally based attorneys together with executives of the NEC. The process required assiduous and concerted efforts by the PNM administration across multiple jurisdictions to recover the stolen money in the interest of the NEC and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honourable Senators, I now invite you to bring greetings on the occasion of Spiritual Baptist Shouter Liberation Day, to be observed on Thursday, March the 30th, 2023. Senator Hislop.
Oh, yes.
Mr. President, it gives me immense pleasure to rise on behalf of the government bench to extend greetings on this auspicious occasion of commemorating Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day. Mr. President, each year we recognize and pay tribute to those who never give up the fight for the right to practice their religious beliefs. We recognize and we pay tribute to those who held on to their faith in the privacy of their homes and private spaces, even in the midst of legal prohibition and social ostracism. Spiritual Shouter Baptists are the embodiment of the word community, what it means to be convicted, grounded, and unwavering, what it means to dwell in fortitude and resolve. And as the hymn says, through all the changing scenes of life, in trouble and in joy, the praises of my God shall still my heart and tongue employ. O magnify the Lord with me exalt his name. When in distress to him I called, he to my rescue came. The hosts of God encamped around the dwellings of the just. Deliverance he affords to all who on his succor trust. Fear him, ye saints, and you will have nothing else to fear. Make but his service your delight. Your wants shall be his care. It took you 34 years of struggle and faith to publicly live by the tenets of your faith. You are not only Baptists, but you are also Trinidad and Tobago. And so we all join in solidarity to celebrate the beauty of your robes, the uniqueness of your sound, the pulsating rhythms of your drums, cymbals, and bells, the reverberating vocals in total praise and worship, the faithfulness and fervency in prayer, and the boldness of your dance. My spiritual Shouter Baptist brothers and sisters, dance your dance, chant your chant, and sing your song as only you can do it. And may God be pleased with your worship. And to everyone in this august house, to the national community, and especially all our spiritual Baptist brothers and sisters, I extend sincere regards. Happy Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Randall Mitchell, did you call my name? Mr. President, on behalf of the incoming government, on behalf of the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, this country's next Prime Minister, we bring greetings and solidarity greetings to our Baptist brothers and sisters on this very auspicious occasion. On Thursday, the 30th of March, Trinidad and Tobago and the Baptist community in particular will be commemorating the repeal of that oppressive Shouter Prohibition Order of 1951. It is that ordinance for 34 years that denied those citizens of our republic, their forefathers, their forebears, the right to worship in peace and freedom in our country. But it was the Archbishop Elton Griffith, along with Albert Gomes, who we do not give sufficient recognition to in our country, who combined, along with the Baptists and several other forces, to force the repeal of this piece of legislation. And it took a united National Congress government led by Bastio Pandey in 1995 when we got power. Within 1 year, we were able to establish and put on the books of Trinidad and Tobago a national public holiday for the first time for the people of the Baptist faith. It's called Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day. Mr. President, I am proud. I'm a proud product of that period, where for the first time an early childhood center was constructed for the Baptist community in TNT. A primary school was delivered, not by the PNM, but by the UNC, to the Baptist community. And Mr. President, they got land in Maloney to build a spiritual park and to construct a cathedral. Promises, 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 never delivered. It took a UNC government to provide those needs for the people. So, Mr. President, on the, I believe it's the 28th anniversary of the Shouter Baptist Liberation Day, I think it's the only holiday in the world that is commemorated by the Baptists. It took place in Trinidad and Tobago on March 30th, 1996. So we must celebrate our Baptist brothers and sisters. And we in the UNC extend our solidarity. We bring warmest greetings to our Baptist brothers and sisters on this very important and historic occasion. And we wish them a very powerful, mighty Shouter Liberation Day as they celebrate the 20th anniversary of that very important national holiday. So on behalf of the bench, the opposition, we say solidarity to our Baptist brothers and sisters in particular, and to our citizenry in general, as we commemorate a very historic, significant, and memorable occasion and day. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Thompson-Aye. Senator Mark, you had your chance to bring your greetings. Please allow Senator Thompson-Aye to bring hers. Senator Thompson-Aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today it is my privilege to bring greetings on the occasion of Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day. This is the day that we mark the anniversary of the repeal of the 1970 Shouter Prohibition Ordinance. For 34 long years, until 1951, Baptists had to hide to practice their religion. Since 1951, they no longer must feel ashamed and afraid to be what they are, to celebrate publicly what they believe in, and to take their place in society where every creed and race finds an equal place. They struggled and cried and prayed but they never grow weary yet. They never grow weary yet. The Baptists are a symbol of resilience and pride and dignity of the Black people. Their imperial dress, their fearlessness in evangelization are examples for all of us to follow. But they are not all united. So we have the Shouter Baptists, we have the London Baptists, and we have the Shouter, the other Baptists. Today, after so many years, what do we see? The discrimination against the Baptists is because really they were African, they were Black. Today we see a culture of disrespect for members of the African race that it still exists. No matter their accomplishments, many are today ridiculed, regarded with contempt, spoken to, addressed in a way that no other person is. Some find it difficult to address them by their proper titles or to speak with or treat them with the courtesies that befit their office. Is Rowley, is Hines, is Paula May, etc. A young man walking into a store is followed. The proprietor or clerk is sure he's there for no good purpose. He was the first to be arrested for weed. I walked into a store on Frederick Street one Saturday morning and I asked the price of a piece of material.
Senator Naked, please, if it is that you're...
The clerk said to me, contemptuous...
Senator Thompson, aye, 1 second. Senator Thompson, aye, 1 second. Senator Naked, again, if you're exiting the chamber for the rest of the evening, which is quite fine, remember this is greetings, and we usually have silence in the chamber when greetings are being brought because it's to a particular section of the society. So we just offer each senator bringing greetings the respect to do so. Continue, Senator Aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. I well understand. I well understand. But what I'm hoping is that we face the truths in our society and try to bring about change. Because when we say every creed and race finds an equal place, it must be something that we believe in, that we act on, and that we are true to. So many times in the society, we feel that everyone is not equal. We should not still be fighting for recognition in a number of ways that we are. So let us vow today that if we believe in liberation, that we be sure that everyone is liberated, that everyone is treated with respect. I have the experience of walking into Registrar General office. You come through one door on Richmond Street, and then you go through the other door. And I went to see, because the rain was falling, if my car was there. And the way I was spoken to, you can't go there, where you going? Let me see if she pass here. As a parliamentarian, that is what I was subjected to. Had it been someone different, that would not have happened. And we have to face the truth in our society. Let us try to bring about change. Let us try to bring about unity. Let not the fight for being equal in the society continue. Let us say from today, we will all be liberated. Every creed and every race must find an equal place. And we must try to bring up those who are in need, those of us who are not respected in society. The future of the unity of our nation depends on us.
Honorable Senators, it is my honor and privilege to join with you in bringing greetings on the occasion of Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day, which we will commemorate on Thursday, the 30th of March, 2023. The spiritual Shouter Baptist religion embodies roots laid by our African ancestors, intertwined with the traditional tenets of Christianity, creating a truly unique and indigenous practice of faith. As we celebrate, we must also remember the courage, strength, and resilience of our brothers and sisters in their battle to repeal the Shouter Prohibition Ordinance, which sought to prevent all activities relating to the practice of the Baptist faith. The determination and tenacity exhibited by members of that faith are qualities we should strive to emulate in our lives. On behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I would like to wish the Baptist community and our blessed nation a happy, spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day. Honorable Senators, I now invite you to bring greetings to commemorate Easter celebrations 2023. Senator Lizama Leasing.
Thank you, Mr. President. For Christians, the celebration of Easter is the most important and the most sacred feasts in our faith. This is a celebration of the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the promise of eternal life. The story of Jesus Christ is one of the most fascinating and enlightening stories known to man. From his humble birth, to his compassionate and miracle-performing life, to his legacy of love, righteousness, and service, to his deceitful betrayal, to his horrific and traumatic crucifixion, to his death, and to his glorious resurrection. Over the 40 days of Lent, many have spent time reflecting on the life of Jesus with specific focus on the Easter story. Christians have practiced some form of sacrifice, repentance, and almsgiving while on a personal journey of introspection and reflection, all in preparation for Easter, the season of new life. As we reflect, we see that the events of what we call Passion Week show very clearly what constitutes the very essence of human nature and how fickle, petty, hate-filled, greedy, and shallow mankind can be. On Palm Sunday, Jesus was welcomed with open arms by cheering crowds as he entered Jerusalem. The following day, Jesus put the vendors out of the temple and he angered the leaders, some of whom had welcomed him the day before. We celebrate Jesus' Last Supper with the 12 disciples on the Thursday that we call Holy Thursday. At that supper, Jesus presents bread and wine as memorials of his body and blood, which the church celebrates as the liturgy of the Eucharist at every celebration of Holy Mass. But even amidst that precursor to the ultimate sacrifice of himself, we are taught and we believe that the day before the Last Supper was equally significant. Jesus told Peter that before the cock crowed 3 times, he would deny knowing Jesus. And just around that same time, we know that Judas was betraying, or as we say in Trini parlance, selling out Jesus for a measly 30 pieces of silver. By Friday, the people who paid Judas found Jesus, captured him, and presented him before the same crowd who welcomed Jesus into Jerusalem. As we know, the crowd told Caesar to free Barabbas, the criminal, while Jesus was made to carry the cross upon which he would be crucified. Jesus died and was buried, and on the 3rd day he rose again. Oh, the hope, the promise, the joy of that resurrection. And while we celebrate tragedy and immense sorrow turning into tremendous joy, I want us to pause and reflect on the events and more so the people of the Easter story. If our country, Trinidad and Tobago, can be likened to the main character, the hero of the Easter story, who are we as the people, as individuals in the Easter story? I ask every person here and all those who are listening, who are you in the Easter story? Are you the crowd who praises and cheers and welcomes the hero today and chews up and spits out the hero the next day? Are you not committed in totality to the hero, to Trinidad and Tobago, to its leaders? Are you easily swayed based on personal feelings and grudges or based on nothing at all? Are you always actively ready to crucify those who you never even gave a chance? Are you a Peter? On the face of it, you pretend and you present love and devotion, but when under pressure or under the microscope, you quickly run away or deny. Are you Judas? The shininess of the silver and the promise of material things lures you to the point of unbridled greed and poor and despicable behavior. Or are you one of the few who stood with Mary, Jesus' mother, in defense and in support of the hero? Who are you, colleagues, friends, my people? Who are you in the Easter story? Who are you in the story of Trinidad and Tobago? In the Roman Catholic faith, at the end of the Holy Triduum, we sing a hymn on Glorious Saturday night or Easter Sunday morning, depending on when you go to church, which carries the refrain, Alleluia, we are Easter people. And on that night, when we celebrate the resurrection of Christ, we celebrate that grace has conquered sin and that light has defeated darkness. We must remember, however, that faith in the resurrection does not exempt us from our trials and sufferings. Let us rejoice and celebrate that death has been defeated and that no tomb can hold us forever. So may we as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago be heartened by hope and may we be infected by joy. We must be the light and will continue to let our light never set and let our light vanquish every darkness. May we be Easter people celebrating life renewed in commitment to our country and her people. Mr. President, I have treated this holy occasion with suitable reverence, as we on this side always do, and avoided the politicization and disrespectful conduct that some may choose to indulge in during this period. And I trust that in this new season, we choose respect and we put our country first. Mr. President, on behalf of the government bench, I extend happy, peaceful, and holy Easter greetings to you, your family, the staff of the President, the staff of the Parliament, and to all the members of this chamber, and especially to the members of the Christian community and the wider national community. May God bless our nation.
Senator Leiter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as a practicing Christian and as a practicing Roman Catholic, with my foundation having its genesis in St. Anthony's Church in Petit Valley de Gomartin, it is indeed a great honor and a privilege to bring Easter greetings on behalf of my great and diverse party, the United National Congress. Mr. President, Easter is the greatest celebration in the Catholic Church because it is a completion of the Holy Week that ends with the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Easter celebrates the beginning and the foundation of Christianity. Jesus was risen from the dead, and it goes to show that he conquered sin and death. It is the oldest Christian holiday and the most important feast in the Christian clerical year. In fact, the dates and celebrations of the liturgical year are arranged around the central Christian feast of Easter. The Roman Catholic Church always marks Easter on the first Sunday that follows the first full moon of the spring equinox. The date therefore changes each year and falls on any day between March 22nd and April 25th. Easter Sunday starts the Easter season, marks the end of Lent, and is the last day of the Holy Week, which is also known as the Easter Triduum, which is Holy Thursday, Good Friday, and Easter Sunday. Holy Thursday is a commemoration of the Last Supper of Jesus Christ, when he established the sacrament of the Holy Communion prior to his arrest and then eventually his crucifixion. It also commemorates his institution of the priesthood. Good Friday commemorates the crucifixion of Jesus and his death at Calvary. On this day, according to the Bible, the Jewish religious leaders who had condemned Jesus the night before for claiming to be the Son of God and the King of Jews, brought him to the Romans for sentencing. Thus he was crucified on the cross. Then Easter Sunday marks the resurrection of Jesus 3 days after his death by crucifixion. For many Christian churches, Easter is the joyful end to the Lenten season of fasting and penitence. Mr. President, I take you to Luke 24-46. And he said to them, "Thus it is written that the Messiah would suffer and rise from the dead on the third day." Easter celebrates Christ's resurrection from the dead. One practice of commemorating Easter is a joyous greeting of, and I quote, "Christ is risen," and in response, "He has risen indeed." It reminds us that Jesus is alive and in our midst, and he welcomes us in a new life with him. Easter is thus a symbolic reminder for all Catholics and Christians that Jesus has indeed overcome death and sin. It makes and marks victory of good over evil. The resurrection of Jesus is a magnificent event that shows the realization of our Christian faith. In 1 Corinthians 15-17, St. Paul wrote that, and I quote, "Unless Christ rose from the dead, our faith is in vain. By sacrificing himself, Jesus Christ saved humanity from the shackles of sin, and his eventual resurrection is a promise of new life." Mr. President, though we live in perilous times in Trinidad and Tobago and throughout the world, this Easter serves as a comfort and a reminder to us all that indeed good can and will overcome evil. So, Mr. President, on behalf of the opposition bench, on behalf of our most honorable leader, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, and on behalf of the United National Congress, I firstly would like to wish you, Mr. President, and your family. I would like to wish those in the government side and the independent benches, as well as the parliamentary staff who work so hard for this parliament and to assist in the running of this parliament. And by extension, I wish the entire national community a very happy and holy Easter season. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dylan Remy.
Mr. President, I thank you for allowing me to bring greetings from the independent senators on the occasion of the celebration of Easter 2023. Ash Wednesday ushered in a period of prayer, fasting, and almsgiving for many Christians. This is referred to as the Lenten period. It is also a time in which Christians engage in prayer and fasting for individual, societal, and national issues, as well as seeking to add value to the lives of the less fortunate by engaging in charitable ventures. This undoubtedly goes a long way in relieving suffering. I also acknowledge that many of our Muslim citizens are similarly involved in fasting, prayer, and almsgiving at this time. This Lenten period is nearing the end, and many more sects of Christianity will join in the celebration of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ on Good Friday and Easter Sunday, respectively. The celebration commemorates a beautiful and very old love story. It tells of how God made a way to save all mankind, who he knew will fall victim to mistakes and sin, the punishment for which is eternal death. It continues to tell how Jesus loved us so much that he stood trial for all our charges, including our past, present, and future crimes, sins, and mistakes. Jesus took our place and suffered the punishment of death so that we would not have to. He served the sentence, allowing us to go free and experience victory and eternal life once we believe in the one who paid the price for all mistakes. Jesus was innocent of the crimes he was accused of, yet he allowed himself to be crucified. The cross is a symbol of sacrificial love. Is it possible for us to forgive as Jesus did and not allow hatred, bitterness, and offense to overwhelm our heart and mind or to consume us? I say the answer is yes. This is not easy by any means, but it is very necessary. Forgiveness frees us. Unforgiveness has created an atmosphere of toxicity, negativity, and discord at every level of our society. But there's hope. The story continues to tell of how Jesus rose up from the grave. The hero, the rescuer, is alive and continues to offer help. Because of this, we can hope and trust that God will help us to rise from the decay and hopelessness that is threatening to envelop us, that he can help us to change and become better versions of ourselves. All is not lost. He overcame the troubles and ills of this world, and he conquered the grave. So to you, Mr. President, and your family, to all members of this Senate and their families, the members of staff of the Parliament, and all the families of our nation, may God bless us and protect us. May he smile on us and be gracious to us. May God show us his favor and give us his peace. Happy Easter to everyone. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, it is my privilege to join with those who have spoken before me in bringing greetings to members of the Christian community and the wider society on the occasion of the celebration of Easter 2023. Easter is the most important day in the Christian calendar, as it represents the fulfillment of God's promise to mankind. Christians all over the world join in celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ, the victory of life over death. The celebration of the resurrection not only embodies a message of unconditional love through the ultimate sacrifice, but one of hope, renewal, and new life. As we enter this season, may we all strive to love one another just as Christ loves us. For it is through the repetition of this simple act, showing love to each other, that we will be able to reflect the image of Christ's mercy and grace. To the Christian community and to all of Trinidad and Tobago, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I wish you a happy and holy Easter. Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.
Source to get back.